Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, March 18th. The time is approximately 7 p.m. We'll now call to order the meeting of the South Miami City Commission. Welcome again. If you could please silence or turn off your cell phones, we would greatly appreciate it. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor Fernandez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Present.
Commissioner Bonish,
Here.
Commissioner Kaye,
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you please rise for a brief prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Rodriguez. Dear Lord, in this time and space, we acknowledge you as the giver of all good things. You are our great provider. As you have loved us, help us to love others. Help us to see the needs of others as we see the wants in our own lives. Forgive us when we try to argue our way out of lending a hand. Forgive the times we assume we understand others' experiences instead of truly listening and placing ourselves in their shoes. Teach us to understand the weaknesses in others as we recognize the weaknesses in ourselves. Father, help us to be a source of unity as we make ourselves vulnerable to the needs of others, as we soften our hearts. Help others see you in us. Remind us how Christ lived in humility so we may serve those in need. May we think of the least, the last, and the lost, so we might love in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Again, if anyone would like to speak this evening, there is a sign-in sheet for public remarks. It's at the back of the chamber. Please add your name. Staff will bring it up when we open public remarks in a few minutes. Madam Clerk, are there any add-on items to tonight's agenda?
Yes, there's one.
Could you read the item, please?
Yes, excuse me, a resolution rescinding resolution number 024-24-16129, which authorized the city manager to execute certain mutual aid agreements, memorandums of understandings, and other procedural law enforcement agreements with governmental entities, including any amendments or renewals thereto on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, any objections to adding item F1 on? Seeing no objection, we'll consider the item added on to tonight's agenda. Madam Clerk, are we deferring the approval of the minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay. City Manager, your report, please.
As always, the full report can be found in tonight's agenda, but as an overview, the Parks and Rec and Culture Department has a lot of things going on. The Northwest Gate at South Miami Park is scheduled for completion by the end of this month. South Miami Park restroom and concession building, the construction is underway on that project. And on the recreation side, our aquatic center at Murray Park officially opens on the 24th, so that coincides with the spring break. On March 8th, we had city staff representing almost all departments compete in the 4th year in a row for Cure CF Kickball Tournament. I'm happy to say that they raised, not staff, but the foundation raised $82,000, and I'm also proud to say that they brought home the community trophy as well as the overall trophy. So next commission meeting, you'll see a presentation of the trophy, but I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who participated because it's a great cause and a great event.
And thank you to you for being there in spirit with that marvelous cutout of your image.
Thank you. One last item on the marketing side, I did want to share a video that was recently produced in reference to the SoMe Connect app and our website that we will be marketing to residents so that they see all the changes and how accessible the city is if they have any questions.
Thank you.
Something new just came to the City of South Miami website and the SoMe Connect app. We've redesigned these platforms to make it easier, faster, and more convenient for you to connect with your city. Our new website features a modern mobile-friendly design, making it seamless to navigate from any device. With our enhanced menu and site-wide search bar, finding the information you need is just a few clicks away. Need to pay a bill, apply for a permit, or contact a department? The How Do I tab is your go-to guide for navigating city operations effortlessly. Looking for the best shops, restaurants, and entertainment in South Miami? Shop SoMe is an interactive business directory that connects you with all our vibrant local businesses. Residents can now access city services like submit a request, filling out forms, and making online payments through the MySoMe portal, your one-stop shop for online services. Want to learn more about South Miami? Our community profile section gives you insights into local economics and demographics. For residents, the Police to Citizen portal makes police services and information more accessible than ever. Submitting a service request is also just as easy. Click Submit a Service Request in your mobile app, or click the heart with wrench icon and select a request category to report a concern or request, and track their progress. And even check out job opportunities with the City of South Miami, all in one place. Your city, your way, whether online or on the go. Explore the new City of South Miami website and SoMe Connect app.
Thank you, very nicely done.
And thank you to Elaine and Anthony from our finance department for being the actors in this video. Elaine is also a city resident, so thanks to them.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions of the manager? Okay, we'll move on. Mr. City Attorney, your report, please.
Mayor, we have nothing to report. There is a discussion item that I do want to discuss with you when we get to it.
And
Or at your, but
which is that, sir?
that is the one, it's an update on the zoning application, the county zoning application on Miller Drive.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, we will open up the floor for public remarks at this time. John, we have a list coming forward, okay? Again, we'll call your name up. If you could please add your name and address for the record. You'll have, provide everyone 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Just 2? Okay. Okay, the first name on the list is Oscar Franco, please. Mr. Franco, good evening. Please come to the microphone, sir. My apologies. And your name and address for the record one time for the record. Thank you.
We just paid for our permit.
Your name and address before you start.
Oscar Franco, 6410 Southwest 64th Avenue.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
So we just paid for the permits to build our new house, and we understand that we have to put solar panels. I don't see the benefit of it. And I would like to see if, when we discuss about solar panels, we can just give the residents an option to decide if we want to do it or not do it, not a mandate. Like in my case, we're getting natural gas. Carbon footprint of natural gas is way lower than solar panels. I mean, the benefit of solar panels. Solar panels increase the cost of insurance. More than a quarter of the complaints of solar companies, it's after they install the panels, they don't come back to do service. Warranties never granted. There's a lot of issues. So the benefit of forcing residents to install solar panels is, I think, not valid.
Okay.
Insurance costs can go up to 15%. There's no benefit in there. What else? I did research. Warranty of the roof, it's voided because the solar panel, the mounts break the roof. So warranty is gone. There's another thing. Sorry, I don't have my notes.
Sir, can I ask you, are you building a new home or are you remodeling an
We're doing
existing?
an expansion. We're adding.
Okay, so you're chipping the threshold in terms of the expansion size? Okay. Just wanted to understand that.
So that's basically what it is. I mean, I don't see the benefit. I would like to hear you guys explain us why you guys think there's a benefit for that.
Yeah, what we'll do is, we'll if you want to come up and speak again when we bring the item up for discussion,
Okay.
we'll happily recognize you
Okay,
again.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lisa Auguste. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lisa August. I'm at 6515 Southwest 78th Terrace, and I'm here today just to understand the development that is in question right now on 80th and Manor Lane. So that's why I'm here today, and with that, and I think we're going to hear that today, or no? It's not here today? That's what I was told. Okay, so wrong time, wrong.
Which project are we referring to? If I can ask the Development Services Director, because I'm not familiar with it right away.
The project on Manor Lane, we heard on the April 1st meeting. It was in planning and zoning last week,
Okay.
but it's not on the agenda for today.
Oh, it's not?
No,
Okay,
April
okay.
1st.
April.
While you're here, if you'd like to give us your 2 seconds on it, if I could, Ms. Cabrera, before you go, what is the nature of the project we're going to hear about? Just very briefly. I don't want to hold.
So what's coming before you is the zoning.
Okay.
To change the zoning from duplex to RT18. They're proposing 6 units where they currently could have 2.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, if you want to say something, that way you don't have to come back on
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know everything about that, and with that new development coming in and actually increasing size, how we're gonna manage the new people coming in, the additional traffic, when right now, I think we're like totally at a breaking point, especially with all the cross streets and everything else going on in the neighborhood. So I'd like to be able to hear how we're gonna address that, how we're doing it now, and then how we're gonna even further be able to comply with what's happening in the area. That was really overall, and then with the property, all the trees and everything that will probably have to be removed.
We'll see you on April 1st, and we'll learn
Thank you.
more about it along with you. Okay. There's no one else on the list. Is there anyone else in the chamber who'd like to address this commission in public remarks? Floor is open. Okay, seeing no one in the chamber, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
No one's online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public remarks. With that, Madam Clerk, do you want to read very quickly so we can do you need to read all the items in terms of board appointments, or is there publication sufficient legally? Okay, so if anyone's interested, there've been a number of board appointments made by various members of the commission. They are all published on tonight's agenda in the boards and committees appointments section. Let's move on to, colleagues, you want to start on the discussion items, or should we move some of the other business items that probably will have less conversation first?
I think there's people in the audience doing discussion, so might as well take that.
Okay, let's take those up then. Madam Clerk, if you can read M1, please.
And one, Commissioner Bonich, plastic straws.
Commissioner Bonich, you are recognized on this item.
Okay, I actually just brought this up because I had a conversation with somebody, and then I spoke with the city attorney, so I wanted him to clarify for all of us, and just on the record, there had been a whole conversation, and not necessarily with us, I'm just saying a whole public conversation, that you couldn't have public straws in the restaurants, and you couldn't do public straws, public straws, public straws. So when I asked the city attorney, like, what is going on, his answer was, and I just want it for the record so that everybody knows, it was an eye-opener for me.
There is no blanket prohibition on plastic straws in South Miami.
Go figure.
The plastic straws are prohibited for city contractors, city vendors, and when there's a special event that closes the streets. That's when plastic straws are prohibited.
I don't remember the conversation we had.
No. I'm saying I was sitting in a restaurant, and there was like this whole thing going on, and not even with me. And then obviously, somehow I got dragged into it, and I'm like, I don't think we have a public straw problem.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, no, if I can just recognize everyone, okay.
Sorry.
So we're going to go with the Vice Mayor, and we'll come back to you. That's fine, no worries.
I was just going to tell a joke. Did you want to ban plastic straws?
Nope, me
Okay,
of
there
all
we go.
people.
That was it.
Mr. Kaye, recognized. I hesitate to laugh.
For the idea of our city, if we do have it for local vendors and the city use, how are we enforcing that right now as we speak? Are we doing any enforcement? How do we do enforcement?
This is good. This is an answer you're going to love to hear the answer to. I asked it as well.
Maybe I shouldn't have asked.
Yeah.
I would say there's not active enforcement happening.
So basically, the answer is it's not reflected in any of our contract documents. So it's a rule that's not being applied. I think it's probably a fair way to characterize
Well,
it.
the contracts do have compliance with the law's clauses in them.
Yes,
but
they're
as
generic.
on
They're
the
generic compliance with the laws, but they do not highlight the
The
specific
enforcement.
requirement. Yeah. So that's your answer, Commissioner Guy.
Okay.
Okay. So just by way of information, Commissioner Bonich, SB 1822 is making its way through the Senate, and it would preempt, once again, our ability to do anything in this field regarding plastics, styrofoams, or all matter of other items. So,
What is SB 280?
let's see. SB 1822 would ban or preempt any local restrictions on single-use plastics and styrofoams.
Really?
Yes. So to the extent that we have this rule, it would essentially become a nullity if we tried to apply it in the future. So that bill is making its way through the legislature. We'll see what happens here over the next 45 days or so. Further discussion on this item? None? Okay. Let's move on. Madam Clerk, if you can read M2, please.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich, bird strike glass.
Okay. Commissioner, you are recognized again.
I just wanted to remind us that this still exists, as we move forward and we're starting to see movement with newer, bigger buildings, the only building that we've had come online so far had this exempt. So
It wasn't exempt.
So let's, why don't we bring up our Development Services Director, and she can clarify
how they-
what the order was. I think
Well,
there's if I can finish, I think there's a question as to what the compliance is with whatever the restriction was that we placed on them,
Oh,
so.
wait, can I finish what I was saying?
Yes, you may, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying, I don't have a problem one way or the other, and we all know how I feel about birds. Thank you to Mr. Munoz for giving me the bird deterrent today as a gift. But I just think that whatever it is we're going to decide, if we're going to decide to keep it, we keep it for everybody, and if we're not, we don't. We kind of talked this one through back and forth once already. I brought it back so that it's fresh in our minds when this starts to roll around, so we come to a consensus and stick to it, that it doesn't become a one and one and one.
So is your suggestion to eliminate it, expand it? Because right now, the only thing that's exempt is single-family homes
Yes.
and townhomes.
I'm not saying that we exempt it, I'm saying that, right now, the reason I brought it up as a discussion item is to remind us that this exists and to say that when it comes up, because I'm sure that it will, we're gonna need, I think, to act soto voice.
What was
And
that? Sorry?
Soto voice,
Okay,
one voice.
One voice, okay. Okay, good.
And not like, you yes, you no, you yes, you no. We'll make a decision, and that should be the decision.
Okay.
Not on this block yes, on that block no, this
Sure.
project yes, that one no.
Okay. Madam Director, can you just remind us what the condition was with respect to, I think Avalon Bay is the project that we're,
Well, before that,
Yes.
Mayor Bem,
yes, you may, yes.
if we can actually state what the code states and then what Avalon.
Certainly. Can you clarify the rule today and what was
Thank you.
required of that particular project sponsor?
So it requires bird-safe glazing treatment, and that is defined as treatment may include fritting, netting, permanent stencils, frosted glass exterior screens, physical grids placed on the exterior of glazing, or UV patterns visible to birds. So, and then it gives like some dimensional requirements for these things. So it's not like just
Does it apply to the entirety of a building, or?
the 100 feet.
Okay,
The
so the
bottom
first,
100
the
feet,
bottom 100
which is
feet.
defined the aviation zone or whatever.
And so what is the aviation zone? Because
0
again,
to 100 feet from
Okay.
grade.
what's
and
what's the significance of the aviation zone?
I'm presuming that that's where birds fly.
Okay. Because I did ask you the question, should we apply it to the balance of the building?
Yeah, so it's not, because I believe that our conversation was, is this our limitation, the bottom 100 feet? And it's not. That is a recommendation from the Bird Aviation Society or whatever it is that puts out these recommendations.
Okay. And again, in terms of the rule, what uses are exempt today?
The single family, like you said, and the, I believe, townhomes?
Okay, great. Further questions on the status of what state of play is today? Okay. Tell us about the project.
So Avalon Bay wasn't exempted. They have in their development agreement that they comply, that their drawings comply. I looked through the drawings. They don't provide like a list of the compliance documents, but they do say that they will comply with this, not necessarily installing glazing that's bird safe, but that they would comply with the ordinance. And the ordinance doesn't really require some ASTM bird safe glazing. I don't even know if that exists, in all honesty. It gives different, the nettings, the screens, the patterns, the UV filters, all those things.
Okay, questions of the director? None? Okay. What's our pleasure? What would you like to see us, what are you recommending we do by way of next steps?
Well, we all know if it was up to me, I wouldn't have this. I don't think it's, to me, it doesn't make sense. When we started having this conversation the last time, I think it was two people, not any of us, actually, two people that were here that said they had ever seen a bird fly into the glass. But the only reason I bring it up is because I think we will start seeing this again, and I just want us to have it front of mind for when it does. That was the only reason for that one.
Okay.
And it just happened to coincide with my gift.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So at the request of one of our employees that sits in this office at the end, right in front of the clerk's office, they get bird strikes a lot.
Okay.
So, as a, we are a bird sanctuary city. We respect a lot of this stuff. So what I would recommend, and by the way, Mark Schreiber sent me the details of what they follow. It's convoluted, right? It's not clear and day. So maybe what we should do as a commission is go back to our staff and really figure out what is the right requirement to follow. I mean, there's the New York City Audubon bird safety guidelines that they follow in New York. There's Dark Sky Initiatives. There's the United States Coast Guard Pilot Bird Coalition Threat. There's a lot of calculations and stuff that's out there that I don't think we've done a really good job of putting it together. So I agree with you. I think we need to figure out what's the one-stop solution, fix the code, and move forward. So I agree with you.
I would echo that sentiment. I think there's a place for this kind of regulation. I think with the problems, we don't understand its practical impact. And so, and I don't think when it was drafted, it drafted with any understanding of what products were in the market that could actually satisfy these standards. So the direction I would offer is to have our Development Services Director come back and help us understand which products are in the marketplace that would satisfy our guidelines, and help us understand the cost differential, if there's any, between what is typical window treatment, right, for a single-family home, townhome, and a high-rise building or a mid-rise building, and if you could help us kind of understand the cost differential if we actually used a market product that actually would satisfy this requirement. So we have a sense of what the incremental cost is that we may be passing along by the virtue of this existence of the rule to the community, the building community, by virtue of this mandate. So I think that would be helpful information to have. And maybe we find out that it's still more costly than what is already doing. And frankly, my problem with this ordinance is, when I read the literature, is that more than 50% of all the bird strikes nationally are against one-story structures, like our city hall.
Really?
Yes. So if you actually read the report that supported the ordinance, it's not the tall buildings. It's birds hitting that live, typically areas with better canopy, right? Hitting single-family, probably glass sliding doors, right? Or a front door that's glass and actually has a straight visual corridor to another open window, right? Because they think they get the perception they can actually fly through that space. That's what the literature says that supported this ordinance originally. So I mean, if we're going to have the mandate, I think we should probably apply it. Again, for me, if there's de minimis cost or really no cost differential, it should apply to everyone. So I just want to understand what the impact is, because this ordinance, as it was drafted, feels a lot like virtue signaling to pass the cost on to, vertical development and really not help solve the core of the problem, which is low-rise structures. So those are my thoughts. Further thoughts or comments, direction?
No, I agree.
Okay. We will move on. Madam Clerk, if you could read M4 for the record, please.
M3.
M3, sorry.
Commissioner Bonich, solar collectors.
She's on fire.
Okay, well,
He's on a
because
roll.
these are, the first one was because when I learned it from the city attorney, I was like, everybody should know this. This is fabulous. The second one, we all know how I feel. For the solar collectors, we all said we were going to come back to this, and we never did. In fairness, it was pointed out to me that we never did because we said at the beginning, way back, we all said, oh, we should have a special meeting, we should talk about this, blah, blah, blah. And then we took off running, and we never did. It's just, I think, kismet for me that this gentleman, who I don't know, thank you for coming today, is here saying, why are we doing this? I continue to believe that this is something that should be a homeowner's choice. I think that when you force someone to do something, you are essentially saying, this might not be the best thing, so we're forcing you to do it. If it was the best thing since sliced bread, everybody would do it. And forcing someone to put something on their home because we are the government is just wrong. And what he said is correct. And at that point, we looked at it, and it does raise your insurance rates in many ways, and many times it does cancel your warranty on your roof. We saw with some of those solar companies, they were going out of business. They were not doing the maintenance on the panels. I mean, we went on and on and on about it at that point. I don't think very much has changed, except, I don't know about you guys, my homeowner's insurance policy has gotten more expensive.
Because of your panels?
Because of what?
Your panels?
No, it's just because my life just works that way.
That just works out.
So I just think this should be a choice. Homeowners are not stupid. Our residents are educated people. We should not force them to do something they don't want to do. Hi.
Okay, so we'll have some conversation about that. What I'm hoping that the director will give us is what the state of play is today. So what's the rule, to remind us, because we talked about this, I looked up, it was November 15th of 2022 was the last time we discussed it. We haven't discussed it since. So if you can remind us, what's the state of play? What is it supposed to apply to? And what are we actually doing?
So the rule applies to all new single-family homes and to additions, I think it's over 1,000 square feet. And you either install solar panels, and it gives you how many solar panel area you have to install, or you pay into a fund. It was later modified, the way you calculate how much you have to pay into this fund. The latest that I've seen is that it's $25 per available solar area, and you would have to have the roof and the roof plans to calculate that area. That's pretty much what the solar panel ordinance is right now. There was an attempt to put a moratorium. That didn't pass. What passed instead was to have a meeting to discuss solar panels, and that's, I think, what you're referring to, that never happened.
Okay.
May I ask something?
You may, go ahead.
Since then, how many houses?
So since November of, 2021, we've had,
So, Rami, if you can do pre-November of 2022.
so when in the inception of 2017,
Okay.
it was 44 new homes, 65 got solar permits. In January of 2022, in 2022 was when it was changed and there was a confusion about the moratorium. And at that point, there were 54 new homes. 32 of those permits are still open. 8 of the homes actually installed solar panels. And 32 of the 54 permits are still open. So we issued 54 permits, 32 are still open, meaning that we can still require that they install the solar panels or pay into the fund.
So
And
let
of
me,
those 32, only one had the solar, so we still could pick up 31 of them. Basically, the ones that we've lost are
14.
14, the ones that were CO'd, 14 new homes.
is everyone following? Okay. Okay. So that's
14 out of 54.
14 out of 54. Okay. So that's the state of the republic today. Okay. Now, anyone want to add some thoughts? Yes, sir. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Through the mayor. So, in looking at this, obviously, so first, let me go back. As far as where the solar panels go, there has to be direct sunlight, correct? If there's a tree that puts shade on the roof, they're exempt from putting. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the calculation of the available solar area, any shading by structures that are not from that same property are exempted from that calculation.
So it's the responsibility of your department to go in and check that, sunlight is available on certain square footage?
So the ordinance actually puts it on the architect that they need to submit these calculations. But in the research that I've done, it looks like there was a lot of confusion on how to calculate this. The previous city attorney did it for one property, and I took a look at it, and I don't think they did it correctly either. So, but it was supposed to be on the architect, but I have not found only that one case where they tried, and they were unsuccessful.
And so then, of the 54, none of them have given you this calculation. So I guess you would have to go back now and check. No, none of the 54, sorry. Of the 32 that are open.
So let's.
Correct.
Because one of them already.
Yeah, but there's
put the solar,
32
so
still open, right now.
Yes,
You
30
would have to
total.
go back and see which ones qualify and which ones are exempt.
If they want to pay into the fund. So there's, because one of them installed the solar panels. So
Okay.
if they install the solar panels, we don't have to do this calculation.
So 31 open permits.
Yes,
And you would have to go back, and would they have to do a revision with their architect? And do those calculations?
yes.
So, okay, so that being said, you know,
Okay, let's just stick to questions for now, and then we'll have a conversation, so.
Okay.
Further questions? None?
Well,
Yes, sir. Go
sorry,
ahead.
Mayor. We're also going to talk about solutions a little bit further along, right?
Yes.
That's the idea? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. But questions, no questions? No more questions? I have a question. Of the 8 that were installed, are you confident that those were installed consistent with the standard?
I have no reason not to be. I mean, they're inspected, they're permitted through plans.
Okay.
They got permits, it was inspected and finalized.
Well, we'll have a conversation about my confidence. Yes, you have another question?
so,
We're gonna ask questions, we're gonna open it for public comment. Okay, it's not a public hearing, we're gonna open it for public comment, so we can recognize you, sir. Just give me a second.
so I have a quick, one last question. So of the 31, these are all new construction or remodels?
New construction. We have not been able to run the
Or remodel,
report
yeah.
on the additions because it's not a report that we could query, 1,000 square feet or more. I'd have to go in one by one to see how many square feet there were in the addition.
So, but this wouldn't include if a resident on their own wanted to put solar panels, that wouldn't be included in this?
No, these are tied to a master permit of a new home.
Okay.
So fair to infer from that statement that any addition that would have exceeded the threshold, we have no idea whether they complied with today's rule or not?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So we're done with questions. Let's let members of the public come on up, sir. You're recognized. And if someone else would like to speak, just line up right behind them, please. Good evening again.
I want to thank you, everybody, for allowing me to express my discomfort about this solar panel stuff. There is no standard of installation. The installation comes from whichever installer you pick, and most of them, they just do whatever they want to do, basically. As I said before, the insurance can go up from 12 to 15%. The money that you invest in this system, you will never recover that money back, so there's no benefit in that part. The components are all made in China. Some of them will work, some of them will just break, and you won't be able to do anything. Warranty won't be granted, and at the end, you're gonna have to buy a new inverter, which is like $3,000-4,000. So there's no benefit in there. There's different systems. You can opt to get just solar panels to feed your house. You can get a battery pack, so you load the batteries, and then you have energy when the power goes out. Or you can get the system that you sell power back to FPL. But then if you want to sell power back to FPL and you're producing too much energy, FPL is going to charge you to install a new transformer in the corner because they need a new transformer to be able to, put that power back into the grid. So there's no benefit. Now, hurricanes. When we have a hurricane, there's debris flying all over stuff. That breaks the panels. A panel is broken and you have to go get a new one. That's it. There's nothing you can do. The voltage coming out of the unit, in order to run the AC unit of the house, you need 240 volts. Most of the units that are on the market today, they can only produce 120 volts. So what are you using those panels for when the power goes out? You cannot cook, you cannot do anything. So if you get natural gas, which is in a lot of places around South Miami, you can cook because you can get a stove that use natural gas. There's many options like I'm doing. I'm getting natural gas for my water heater, pool water heater, stove, dryer. So everything in my house is gonna be natural gas. That's a better option than forcing residents to get solar panels, There's trees all over my house. The sun moves depending on the time of the year. So the shade changes. So during the time of the year, some of the solar panels are gonna get sun, some others don't, and it's gonna change. So I would never get 100% efficiency on my system. Now, my vehicles in my house, I have to wash them like once a week because they have like a dust on top. If I get solar panels, I have to hire somebody to come over my house like every 3 months to clean the solar panels. So no benefit in there. I still have to put more money down. What else? I've seen peacocks fighting the solar panels because they see their reflection. I don't know if peacocks are legal or not. I don't know if you guys are planning to get rid of them.
You can call us and we'll have them removed for your property.
I'm sorry?
You can call, if some in your neighborhood, we have a vendor who removes them from the right of way.
Oh, no, I want them all in my house. I'm really happy
Okay,
with them.
okay, just letting you know,
Oh, no,
we
I
get a lot
love
of
them.
complaints about them.
They
I
haven't
thought you
touched
were
my-
complaining about them.
They haven't touched my wife's car, so it's fine.
Okay, there's no chrome
That
on your
day I will
car.
have a problem.
Okay,
Yeah, so yeah, send them over. That's fine. He feeds them. No, he feeds them. In reality, there's no benefit. And again, there's a lot of companies that they sell you the equipment, they make thousands of dollars, and then they just go bankrupt because they don't want to grant the warranties. They change the name, it's the same owners, but they're just going all over and changing that. All you have to do is go into Google reviews or Yelp, look at the reviews of solar panel companies in South Florida, and you see it's basically a scam.
thank you, sir, appreciate your time.
Thanks.
I just wanted to add two
If you,
things.
just in the microphone, please, with your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sam Duque. My mother has solar panels, and one of there's two main things that people forget. Insurance that he brought up does go up. But the second most important thing, and I wanted to bring it up, is that most houses are shingles. The lifespan on shingle roof is 12 years. 12 years go by really quick. And guess what? After 12 years, we all have to change the panels. And we're back to ground zero. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gill, wow, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Gus Gill with address at 6848 Southwest 68th Street. I'm here on two roles. I'm here as a resident, and I'm one of those that got missed. So lucky for me.
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently, lucky for me that I got saved, right? But I'm here to tell you that, and I was here before when this came to this commission, before many of you were here. This ordinance that was created, two things happened, and I know it's there, it's in the books, we got to deal with it. I get it. But it was written poorly because the percentages that you had to cover was a 35% of your bill. It was not the full scale. I've installed it in spec homes that I've done here when it was a mandate. I think it was, we threw away our money because there was really no benefit for it. There's no incentive for the homeowner or for a builder. And the other thing is, I'm against anything that's a mandate on construction that is not a life safety. This is not a life safety. This is, okay, we all want to feel good about the environment, I get it. Is it now the city's trying to get money out of this as money to do what with? I know it's
Clearly
supposed to
not,
go-
because clearly not, because we've been collecting
No,
it.
so, I know, obviously, but you're supposed to have collected some money, which you didn't. And by the way, we never know because maybe those that were missed, maybe they decided to put solar panels. So maybe there was no dollars at the end of the day. Maybe everybody came and complied and put their solar panels because, by the way, it was cheaper to put the solar panels than buy into this. Because the numbers that you had to do this formula, nobody can figure it out. So it was more expensive to put in, less expensive to put in a solar panel than to actually pay into the fund. So if you are going to decide to bring this back or keep it and do whatever, I would request that you consider that you, first of all, look at the requirements, do a workshop, do something where you can talk to different vendors, different people, make sure that we're doing the right thing. I'm all about the right thing. So if we can do that, fine. If you always got to give an option to buy out, there's houses that, that around your neighborhood that that even if I wanted to put a solar panel, I couldn't put a solar panel because it's all full of oak trees. And the other thing is you have a house that's facing, it's facing south. You're going to put in the front of your house, you're going to put a set of panels. So that person's going to probably buy out, which is great if you can do that. Make sure that the buyout is, in a way where you're not really hurting. You're not really just digging in just to take more dollars out of the construction. Construction continues to increase in price. There's now tariffs coming in. We don't know what's going to happen. So the last thing we need to do is just add more dollars to construction. I know, these homes are expensive and so on. I get it. So, but also is land. Land is also expensive, So, where you're seeing the cost of the house going up, in sales, you're seeing the cost of the land to acquire the land going up. So all I ask is that you really consider this, look at it carefully, restructure if you have to, but you can't keep whatever you had in the books. That has to be corrected.
Mr. Gill, just informational question, just back of the envelope. What is, on a percentage basis, for one of the new homes, land cost aside, what's the cost of a solar array as a total, as a product of the total construction cost?
So the last one that I did in 2001, for a single-family home.
2001?
2001. That's the last one that I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you
it
said
was a
you just,
mandate.
I thought
It
you
was a
just said,
mandate.
I thought you just said you did a spec one here in
2021, sorry.
2020, okay,
I'm sorry,
okay.
2021. I missed the
Okay,
two.
2001, yeah.
I missed the two. I missed the
Okay.
two. 2021. That last one that I did was about $25,000
Okay.
for a single, and again, for 35% of the consumption. So it was probably 10 panels.
Okay, and so as a
Which is
percent,
nothing,
as a
yeah.
percentage of, again, we understand, as a percentage of the cost of the construction in 2021, what would you put it at?
Probably, I don't know, probably 4, 5%.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, we'll close public comment on this discussion item. Colleagues, let's have some discussion. Who wants to start? Commissioner Rodriguez, Commissioner Gaye, who wants to follow? We'll let you close. Okay.
So, for me, being part of the industry like Gus, I tend to agree with him. Putting a mandate with the costs that we have right now going up in construction, I don't think that we should be burdening our residents with mandating them to do so. For example, I myself have an open permit for solar panels, but I decided to do it. So I wasn't mandated to do it. So if an owner wants to do it, I'm okay with that. But to mandate them, I don't think I'm in favor of that. Or we set an actual moratorium and do a workshop and figure out if the homeowner wants to do it, then we do it. If not, or do we incentivize them? Or is there a way out that they can buy out or do something in order to not have to put them, but at least give options rather than just a strong mandate of you have to do it.
What we spoke about last time, one of the things that always concerned me was the insurance cost and the way that, if you guys remember, I was always talking about insurance, that a lot of insurance covers weren't covering it. So I understand where you're going with that. And I agree with Commissioner Rodriguez that we need to have options, right? Like, you might not agree that solar panel is a good option. I believe it is, but I'm not going to mandate that on you. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I do want to see if the commission would figure out, or maybe we can ask staff to come back with options on how we can incentivize the opportunity to do so. I definitely don't think we need to go retroactive. We missed the last whatever number. By the way, a quick question, just yes or no. Did you already get your permit approved or no?
Come to the microphone, sir, it's fine. Come on, we'll let you, it's fine. I don't mind.
No, it's not.
So I think you just wanted to know, are you actively in permitting? Are you thinking about doing this? What?
No, I pick up my approved plans on Friday.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure if the permit is there. When I asked Friday if I still have to do it or not, because this construction has been running since 2020 or something like that for 5 years, they told me that they just heard from one of you guys that it's mandate.
Yeah.
So
You
that's
can
what I
blame her.
heard.
You almost got away with it. You can blame her at the end
No,
here
don't blame me.
for putting it on the
No,
agenda.
that's fine.
You would have been fine.
We should have options.
You would have been fine.
In my
No,
case-
your permit would have been open.
You owe him about
But in my
50K.
case, I'm opting for natural gas, so I should have an option of picking up natural gas. I already pay for natural gas. I pay like $3,000.
We're good. So I think, so just to understand, so you want to understand if he's in permitting?
Yeah, I just want to understand if he was part of the stats that we just got.
No, he's not, because he said he was a home expansion. And the numbers we got were about new
No,
construction.
there was additions in there as well.
No, there was not.
Oh,
No,
it
there
was
was
just new
not. It was just
construction?
new construction.
Oh, okay,
So we talked about, just to be clear, so we were all on the same page, 54 new home construction units, right? 31 are still in some sort of open permitting. 14 have been closed out. 8 had installations that magically happened of their own volition. So, yes, sir. I think we're good. Thank you for clarifying.
So my question, I think we need to add to that data and that time frame new additions that would qualify.
Correct, but to do that, we can't query how many it's easy for us to query new single-family homes because it's in the description of the project. But in the description, it doesn't always give the square footage, so we can't query, give me everything that is more than 1,000 square feet. So I have to go to every single addition and look at the plans and see how many square feet the addition was.
How many additions did we have in that time frame? It should be roughly around the same amount. It's not a lot, is what I'm saying. And in the zoning opportunities on the pages, it tells you what the addition, how much square foot we're adding versus what's already existing. The number's not that difficult to calculate. And I don't mean it like that. I'm just saying we should act, if we're doing this for new additions, for new construction, we should do the same thing for new addition. I need to have that date.
Whatever the direction is today.
In fairness to the director, I mean, she just became aware, I asked for a meeting with her to talk about this item before this discussion, so I could come somewhat informed. And it was, I think, fair to say, as a result of that request, you started looking into the program and realized, holy cow, we haven't really been enforcing the ordinance. So it just came to her attention within the last week. So in the last week, she's done this analysis. We can certainly ask her to do the analysis on, again, so everyone understands, and we're not beating up on Cerami, and I know that's not your intention. So, but the point being, if we want to give her the direction to do the same analysis on any addition over 1,000 square feet, certainly I think she'd be happy to do it.
And I don't think it's 1,000 square feet. I think it's 50% of the current, whatever the current
Yeah,
fixture
or
is.
1,000, because I think 1,000 is the first, when you would need the first solar array or something like that. So
Yeah, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
and if the direction is to, yes, move forward with anything that hasn't received a CO, then we would go through every single addition also and make sure that we pick them all up so that we're doing this correctly and we correct this.
My point, Mayor, is that if all these people went through this process, not knowing they actually had to pay, they go through this whole process, they're about to start construction or they're in the construction phase, I don't think it's fair that we go retroactive and making sure that they have this new added cost. That's not fair. So that's all I wanted to say, make sure he's included as well.
Understood. Yeah, let me go back. Commissioner Corey.
Yeah, I would also agree with that. I just would feel very uncomfortable having people have to come back and pay this. And I know last time we decided that we were going to have our own special meeting on it. I would personally feel a little bit more comfortable if staff did come back to us with some recommendations on how we could potentially update this ordinance to be a little bit more applicable and take into consideration some of the things that have happened between the time that it was first brought on to now. Just to make it a little bit more relevant to today and avoid some of these issues that we've had.
I think that we could definitely come back with something that, I think perhaps this was a good step in 2017 when it was first brought and it was adopted. But today there's so much more that could be done, and the mayor actually sent me an article that was very good, and I prepared a little presentation because in reality, I think that, and what we're trying to get to is energy efficient homes or more sustainable homes, the green living, all these things. And there are a lot of other things that could be done that are not done today, but used to be done 60 years ago when air conditioning wasn't as prevalent as it is today. And they actually work better. So the solar is good for the energy you do use. It's a cleaner, it's renewable, but there are things that you could do just to lower your energy consumption. And that should be what we should really incentivize. And I have a presentation on that also that I wanted to show you all to see if that's the direction that you all want to go.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
No?
I just have a quick question.
Do you have a presentation today? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's really short. It's just to
Okay.
show you some examples. And I actually took the images from, these are actual homes in Dade County
Okay,
that use these passive methods.
I just have a very quick
Recognize
question.
you, and then we'll go to the presentation.
Very quick question. So this solar fund that we have, right? I know there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
Where is that money supposed to go to?
It's supposed to be used on city projects that are to install solar. Pretty much.
So, yeah, so basically, we would use that money to put solar in our own buildings.
Yes.
So then what happens after those buildings have solar and then we still keep collecting? I'm just saying, that's,
I will let you know.
It's a problem.
If that happens.
A problem we don't have, and at the rate we're going, probably never going to have.
So, yeah, go ahead. So this is exploring passive design strategies, which is things that architects could do. And by the way, that picture on the left is actually one of these style homes that uses all these passive methods. And basically, you want to maximize the natural light. You want to optimize thermal comfort, enhance the airflow using thermal mass, which is basically the heat gain, like materials that can hold heat and release it slowly so that you don't have these big fluctuations in temperature. And then minimize energy consumption. That's where you would be looking into your solar panels. I just go back 1 second. The natural light is important, and the optimizing thermal comfort and the airflow, because a lot of houses today put windows that are not operable, and that is completely against like this green type of design. You want windows that you can open that have screens so you get airflow. You want to have interior courtyards. You want to have water features. You want to site the house on the property so that it's not facing, the major windows are not facing in the west direction or in the southern direction. So there's a lot that could be done to minimize your energy consumption. And then whatever energy you do use, you could use solar or whatever it is, and we could incentivize solar. So I go that in the next slide, please. So this is actually a house, it's called the Prairie House, and one of the things that they did is using the green roofs. This helps to keep the house cooler, or to keep the temperatures from fluctuating very much. They also have skylights for the natural light. They have water features in the interior. They have a lot of courtyards. This is a very expensive home, but I have a picture of a home that is not. This in Kendall, that they actually did something, a home that they claim that it uses a sixth of the power of a regular home. So for the solar panels, they do drastically reduce your electricity consumption. And as I said, it's not fossil fuels, it's renewable, it's clean. So if you are going to use energy, that would be what you want to use, but that shouldn't be your only requirement if you want to really promote green, sustainable homes. Having porches and deep overhangs goes a long way to keeping your walls from getting very hot and heating up the inside of the house. Operable windows, which I already discussed. The shade trees. It's sad to see somebody cut down trees in order to put solar panels, because if you've ever been out in the sun and then gone under a tree in the shade, you know right away that that is the best thing to cool yourself off, is to be in the shade. And of course, the water resources, any water features that you have in the house help to cool it down. Next slide. That house there on the left is a house that is also a sustainable home, uses all the same features. The deep overhangs, they have the wooded lot, they have operable windows. So, I mean, these are all things that we want to incentivize.
So, Robin,
and I put there how you do it.
You've got permission from the Herald to use all these images, correct?
Absolutely. So the solar panels, we could incentivize use of solar panels by maybe not having permit fees for solar panels. Like your permit fee would be waived if you install solar panels. If you have porches and deep overhangs, a lot of times that counts towards your FAR, and we could not count it towards the FAR. So we incentivize the use of people putting deep overhangs and especially the porches.
Yes, please.
Operable windows, we could reduce or even not have permit fees if you switch from these windows like this to operable windows. The shade trees, there's a minimum number of trees that you need to have on the lot, but if a owner decides to put additional ones, additional shade trees, I believe that the city is looking to install more shade trees, and we could donate those trees to those homeowners so that they do put more than whatever the minimum requirement is. Or if they want to salvage trees, I have people that come in all the time that they have to cut down a tree because the architect had zero consideration towards the trees on the site. And there are ways to design around these trees. I've done it in the Gables, so I mean, I know that it's doable. It's been done in the Grove, and we can incentivize that by being promoting, like allowing them to have smaller setbacks or whatever it is that they need in order to accommodate building around a specimen tree. I'm not saying any little twig, but you know, if you have a specimen shade tree, then we would be able to incentivize keeping it by working with their setbacks and things of that nature. And then the water sources, I mean, it could be used for irrigation. They could have on-site retainage that could be used for their irrigation, but can also be a water feature in the property. Next, that was it. So I would love to see, I have a real passion for this, by the way, as you can tell, but I would love to see the city not just do away with the solar panel ordinance, but to really go a step further and really incentivize, find ways of incentivizing this more green construction and design.
Can I say something now?
You may, or do you want to have the last word?
Oh, am I the last word?
You're the sponsor, so I was going to give you the last word.
Okay, I'll take the last word.
Anybody else want to say something? Yes, sir. Or questions?
I think that's great. See, offering, incentives to provide it is now we're getting somewhere where I think the homeowner would be more willing to do it. At the same time, you can get tax rebates from it. You get 30% for doing, so the 30% along with whatever the city we can come up with, that now will motivate a homeowner to do something like that. So that was a great presentation. Thank you.
So I'll just say a couple things, and then I'll turn it over to you. I don't have a heartburn with mandates. We mandate things as governments all the time, sometimes against the obvious need that people feel that, seatbelts are a perfect example, right? There are other societal benefits associated with some mandates. That said, I don't like mandates that have a single option, and this is a single option mandate. And so I think the conversation I've had with the Development Services Director is the heartache I have about this ordinance, which I think was well-intentioned, is that the Southeast and Southwest United States exist in their current form because we've developed very sophisticated mechanical systems that have allowed them to be developed the way they're being developed, right? So our houses are very, very sophisticated in terms of their mechanical systems to cool, heat, et cetera. And I think our architects design with that as the backstop. And so I think we've gotten away from a lot of traditional practices like orienting your garage on the west side of your home, because when you come home in the evening and you park your car, that's the hottest part of the house, and you keep your bedrooms on the east side because it's the coolest part of the lot, right? So there are things that we've gone away from as a matter of practice because we've become too dependent on mechanical systems to solve our cooling and our heating issues. So I'd like to have an array of options with the goal of reducing energy consumption for the average home in South Miami, right? I think it's fine for us to have a sustainability standard that speaks to that as a goal. And if he wants to solve it one way with natural gas, or someone else wants to solve it with solar panels, or someone wants to do it with passive design techniques that have architecture that's more suited to the built environment, the environment that we live in, I think those are all equally valid ways to get to the same result. But I think we do need to set a standard as to what we want by way of an outcome for our built environment. And so I personally, after living this experience now for 2 years, will say definitively that we do not have the capacity as an organization to manage the current program. I don't think we have the capacity as an organization to help us design this solution that I think we all want. At some level, we all want to be good stewards of the environment. And so what I would suggest is if we're serious about doing something in this space, that we invest some dollars. And I think the obvious thing is to go to the University of Miami and say, hey, Dean Chow, who was highlighted in this article that you mentioned, we'd like to retain you, your students, to a design studio, help us. And they've got plenty of engineers over there as well to help us figure out how we can come up with a sustainability standard for South Miami for all types of building types that helps us do right by our society in terms of energy consumption reduction over the long term. At this point, given what's happened in terms of our application or management of the current ordinance, I have no problem with a moratorium because effectively we've been operating under one for the last 2 years. And I will say this to the manager, I've said to him via email, I've said to the director, I am tired of discovering that these problems arise and because of our own inability to take accountability for our jobs, right? So we have excellent staff here with very few exceptions, but we've had issues with not timely applying for transportation grants because people have not taken ownership for their job. In this job, I think this is a perfect example of people not taking accountability and ownership of their job, because if there was any confusion about whether a moratorium was passed or not, right, all one needs to do is raise their hand and ask. And that man could have given that person an answer, or the director could have inquired. But I am tired. I will not sit here in this chair and be the titular leader of an organization where people are not accountable for doing their job. And so I do expect, although I have no authority under the charter to require it, I do expect some sort of a report about whatever discipline is levied against the people who are responsible for what is a debacle, frankly. Because like the rule, not like the rule is in place, and we live and die by the rules in this place. That's the society that we have chosen to live in, right? The society of laws. So I expect some accountability on that point. And with that, I've said my piece. I think we should, if we want to do something here thoughtful, we should probably ask for some help. And I would ask the Development Services Director to bring back a proposal to retain a third-party consultant to look at a possible standard. And in the interim, I certainly would support a moratorium. Madam Commissioner, you're recognized.
Well, slappy cracker, you want to give me a chance to say anything, people? Jeez. Like,
You get to close.
yeah, I get to close. Beep, 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 beep. Like, okay, I think in all fairness, you got the lecture and you weren't here for the party. I believe no matter what we do, it should be an incentive, not a mandate. I think we are all adults in this room, as the mayor so clearly pointed out. Everybody has a job to do, and when you have a job to do, that means you are an adult. If you are a homeowner, that also means you are an adult. As adults, I do not believe we need to be mandated to in our own homes. So I look forward to seeing a proposal or what your ideas are to go to the University of Miami or whoever it is that you feel would be great in helping us figure out real next steps to something that works, that doesn't penalize our residents. They deserve better. Thank you.
To the city attorney, if we wanted to adopt a moratorium procedurally, what must we do?
We need to have, we'll have to do it by ordinance. I'll just.
Emergency ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could probably do that, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're directing us to bring it back.
I think, is
Yeah.
there, Madam, I want to call you Madam Vice Mayor again, Commissioner Bonich, is there a desire on your part to see a moratorium put in place with respect to the current program? So we
Yes.
dispense with the 31 or 32 that are in limbo, and we figure out what we do in the interim?
I think that the moratorium should apply to anything that was permitted from the time that we had that conversation to today, whether it's an addition or a new, so it would be more than those 50-something. So anything that's been permitted from that point to now should be part of that moratorium.
Okay, so I think in,
And moving forward.
Yeah.
So-
yeah, no,
moving
so I
forward
so I
until
want,
we have a
I
new
think
thing.
we're clear moving forward. I just want to ask the city attorney, because I think the sentiment is to essentially exempt those permits from the requirement. So those, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we'll see how we do it, but
Okay,
we
so-
get what you're trying to get.
To general direction, so you know, so if, I guess we can bring back an item on April 1st, okay, to deal with cleaning up the mess that we have today, right? And then adopt a moratorium, and how long do we want to give ourselves? Because that is the next question.
For what?
Gentlemen and ladies,
Well,
for the moratorium,
I think that's a question.
correct. It's a question for all of us, yes. Do we want to try 180 days to start?
Yeah, that should be more than enough. I mean,
Okay.
I'll be calling you tomorrow.
Okay, so if you can bring it back for 180 days, Mr. City Attorney, unless there's an objection, is that?
Can we pretend like 180 days? Can we give it to each other in months so that we're not pretending? Yeah, I know, but like
I'm sorry,
180
months, six
days?
months, it's, what else? Sorry.
360 days to go around. I mean, like what?
You think that's a little too far out there? 6 months?
I think that's.
Yeah, why don't we do this? Why don't we say, you're gonna start working on it and you'll give us an update in 2 months and let us know where you're at? And that way we can hear about it every 2 months so that it stays front of mind for us.
Agree with that.
Okay, if that's the direction, so we'll do it, so we're not putting a time limit on the moratorium.
I think that as we
Let me-
learn more, we we then can have a better idea. Even if we put a moratorium, it would be arbitrary right now because.
It's all arbitrary, so it's just, we're just picking a time to give ourselves a deadline to try to hit with a resolution. So we can do it for 60 days and then extend it for another 60 days, or we can do it, I would just say, just give us the full amount, and if we take less time, great. If we need more time, we'll deal with it then.
Through the mayor.
Yes, I think the city attorney wants to jump in for some
Just
clarification.
a thought. I have less concern about the timing of this because this is not going to result in an inverse condemnation claim because we're not imposing a requirement or limiting development. What we're doing is we're basically putting a moratorium on ourselves in terms of enforcing something.
Yes.
So it's like the opposite situation of most moratoriums.
Okay.
So
Okay, so-
if you want to make it indefinite, we can make it indefinite.
I was gonna say 6 months. Why go every 2 months and say, okay, we gotta extend it? Okay, we gotta extend it. Let's just do 6 months, and if it's shorter, it's shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's longer, it's longer.
Okay,
Let's
so
not be doing
by
this every
show
2
of
months.
hands, 6 months. Commissioner Kaye, where are you?
Then let's just do 6 months and she'll give us an update.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
So let's do for 106 months. I was going to say 100 days
Thank
again. Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. And thank you for bringing the item, because otherwise we would not have discovered the issue we're having. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, if you can read item M4, please.
Yes, county zoning application number Z2022000118.
Okay. Do we need a refresher on this item from staff, or are we all clear as to what we're discussing? Okay, so we adopted a resolution today. Is the intention of the sponsor to, who sponsored this item? I'm sorry, did you, city attorney?
We brought it back because the hearing is on Thursday.
Okay,
And just want to know if there was additional direction. Essentially, their proposal, our resolution originally opposes the application, and specifically or particularly the potential for that application to result in a connection between, I believe it's 60th Place and 60th Court. That connection that would connect to Miller, and the discussion last time was that it could encourage cut-through traffic. Their application seeks the rezoning, but it also seeks a non-use variance to avoid that dedication. They don't want to dedicate it either.
Yeah,
They have other reasons probably.
my understanding is the application also changed, that they've now filed for a development alternative under the affordable density program at the county.
I don't see that in the
That's
staff
not,
recommendation.
it's not in the public hearing file.
Okay.
They have now filed as an alternative.
Oh, as an administrative.
Administrative application, yes. So should they not get what they want, their intention is to build more units under the program and do it administratively.
Under the affordable program?
Correct.
Or the workforce housing?
The Workforce Housing Density Bonus Program,
Through the county?
through the county, that's correct.
Let's see what we can find.
So I was going to suggest, given that change, right, I think the better posture for us is not to oppose the application because it may result in more density, and simply just object to the condition, which I think is really the source of most of the concern on the part of the neighborhood, which is the road closure, or the road reopening. So I think we should modify, our resolutions were what, 2023?
I think
Mr.
that's
Attorney?
what we only had, though. We didn't,
Our resolution opposed both the
24.
application and the closure, yes.
verified it?
Yeah, it was February 24.
Yes, that's what was in the packet. So I thought we had modified it just to oppose the condition, but I have not looked at the minutes from the meeting. So the way the resolution was transmitted was as an objection to the application and the road opening. So I would simply suggest that we resolve to oppose staff's condition to reopen the right-of-way, whatever the street is. Yes, sir.
I would also ask the commission if we can we direct the city attorney's office to have someone go to the commission meeting on Thursday and state on the city of South Miami's behalf what we're also re-emphasizing, if that's okay with the commission.
I have no objection. Yes, ma'am.
This, in that area, has become extremely contentious.
Unifying, I wouldn't say.
Well, contentious with the developer of that. The neighbors are extremely united. This has, it's,
So do you agree with?
I agree with Commissioner Kaye that they are our neighbors, and whatever happens there affects us. It's our neighborhoods
Well, South
as
Miami's in
well.
there as well.
That's what I'm saying. It's our neighborhood. When you've got that, when they decide to take what is now one property, and let's say they break it up into acre lots, which is what is around them, that makes sense. Okay, you're gonna make it, then, I'm making this up, 3/4 acre lots. Okay, that makes sense. Then they're saying, oh, you don't wanna do what we wanna do? Well, then we're gonna make it affordable housing. So it's like they're trying to ram it down their throats. So there's lawyers here and lawyers there. And I don't want us to get stuck in the middle, but I agree with Commissioner Kaya that our residents have to have some kind of voice there as well. And they're the ones that originally, I don't know if you remember, they originally came here to us. So we should have something.
Further thoughts? No?
Can I just give you one more data point?
Please.
You mentioned the affordable housing. I just looked it up. I found it based on what you just said. There is a workforce housing administrative application pending, and it would provide for, so their public hearing application seeks to put 12 lots. This would provide for 8 lots with basically duplexes on
Yes,
each lot.
16
so
units.
16 units,
Yes.
right. It would be 4 more units
With
than the other one.
with a unit type that is inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood.
Yes.
It's what we have on the west side of my neighborhood. So I think the better part of discretion here, better part of valor is discretion, and I don't think that it's wise for us first to go in and comment on everybody else's applications in their jurisdiction, because certainly people will take liberties with us in the future. And secondly, I think really the galvanizing point has been the road closure. From what I've heard to a person, people are fine with 8 or 12 homes for the most part, with the exception of the fact that they're going to have now the street reopen that's going to bring, in their mind, more cut-through traffic. So I think we're much better off if we just oppose the condition and stay silent on or withdraw our objection to the application. Because if in fact we prevail, we may end up helping create a worse condition for the neighborhood. That's my 2 cents. So, but I'll entertain a motion on the part of anyone who'd like to make one.
So I'll make a motion to have the city's attorney's office, with the caveat that the mayor just said, in removing the, what is it, the worded that you used?
Yeah, I would limit our objection to the imposition of the condition requiring the reopening of the roadway. So you'll move that? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Bonich. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Kaya?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
5-0, passes.
Thank you. Okay, if there's anyone here in the audience on a particular item, please let the clerk know, but I know we have folks here on items 3 and 5. So I'm going to move to item 3. Madam Clerk, if you can read that resolution to the record. That is a public hearing item.
Yes. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving SFM Janitorial Services LLC for janitorial services for up to a 5-year term, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and to enter into an agreement for janitorial services for the city.
Thank you. Madam City Manager, do you want to give us a brief overview?
Yes.
Thank you.
So a solicitation was issued for janitorial services. We had 21 respondents, 20 of which were responsive to clean all city facilities, community center, Silva Martin City Hall, Police Department, the building on Marshall Williamson Senior Center, all city facilities. There was a committee that was comprised of a member from the Police Department, Public Works, and Parks. They overall ranked 5 highest, and they interviewed those 5. Ultimately, the recommendation tonight is to award SFM the award. There was one main thing that was discussed at length. Currently, we have an issue with turnover, and SFM, as part of their presentation, spoke about the pay for their employees, the benefits, lack of turnover, and obviously the deep bench that they have being a reputable company. So the 5 were ranked, and the recommendation tonight is to move forward with SFM.
Okay, and Madam Manager, on that point, You're referring to turnover with the incumbent provider, not with SFM, correct?
Correct, yeah,
Okay,
currently.
just wanted to clarify that, okay. Yes, any questions of the manager? Commissioner Rodriguez?
No, I have a
Not
discussion
yet?
next.
Okay. No questions of the manager? Then let's open up the public hearing, and then we'll discuss the item. Item 3 is a public hearing item. Any member of the public who'd like to address this commission on item 3 is welcome to come forward at this time. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to come forward? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
No one's online.
Okay. So, seeing no one online, we will close the public hearing. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Through the mayor, so thank you. In reviewing this RFP, we have a great company in SFM who was ranked number 1 to get this contract. In addition, we have a number 2 company, FLA, who's a woman-owned business. And in studying this further, there is an opportunity where we can split this contract and it'll actually save the city money. Because in certain buildings, for example, like City Hall campus, you have SFM who gave better pricing. But then you go to the community center and FLA gave better pricing. So the purpose of this is I'm asking the commission, would you be open to move forward with a motion to give the city manager the approval to negotiate these contracts between these 2 companies, which will give SFM, which they deserve. It would also be awarding a woman-owned business to work for the city, which I think is good for the city, and it's going to save the city money.
Okay, so just so I understand what you're proposing, this was bid with a schedule of values by facility. So you want to take the lowest pricing with respect to those 2 vendors, prospective vendors on each of the facilities,
Correct.
and award that facility on a lowest price basis to either responsive bidder.
Correct.
Is that correct?
And the motion is to allow the manager to negotiate the contract and go through
Okay.
with each building, and yes.
Perfect. Okay, just to the city attorney, is that legally permissible, just to clarify for the record?
Sure, in the bid documents, where the city reserves the right to enter into contracts with more than 1 contractor.
Okay.
I believe that is,
And if I can ask,
Expensive.
do you know how much we would be saving? Because
Ro-
what's the total
40
value of the contract right now?
So it's a 3-year contract. So in the first year, it's 130,000.
Okay.
So
To staff, if we did it this way, have you guys discussed with the commissioner what the savings would be?
In year 1, which is what was calculated, the savings are approximately 46,000.
Okay, so it's
yes,
substantial.
40,
Okay.
45,919.
I'm totally on board with the idea. So, questions? Yes, sir.
I was just curious, will the vendor still honor the contract if it's split, or will the prices potentially increase per unit? Or I guess that's something we'll have to figure out if we bring it to them, right?
And we do have the vendor for SFM.
We have the
here in
here.
Chambers.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Christian Infante with SFM Services, 7500 Northwest 74th Avenue, Medley, Florida. So the question is, would we honor the rates? Yes, we would honor the rates. Obviously, we'd like all of the contract, but we would respect your decision to save funds for the city. However, we would have one ask, and that would be if we can change the agreement. Currently, it is a 3-year contract, and we would respectfully request to make it a 1-year contract, or leave it as a 3-year with termination clause by either party.
Just to clarify that point, I'm assuming we have a termination for convenience clause in favor of the city. That's typically our process. And you're asking for a reciprocal termination right?
That is correct.
Okay, now, to ask you, are the escalators and the pricing of concern to you? Because I do believe there are incremental costs, escalators in
It's
the,
a little bit of a concern from an operational standpoint, the way that it's been suggested. Also, the community center, it might be also beneficial for the number 2 contractor, because when I looked at some pricing, I noticed that they were about almost 100% lower. So, not that my price is dead on, but, you know, it is
Yeah.
a bit of a red flag.
Question, Mr. City Attorney, any concerns about, and I would ask you, what would be a minimum, I think we would need some sort of a reasonable advance notice for that termination, just so we could obviously make accommodations with the other vendor if we were to do that. So would 90 days or be acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay.
90 days will work.
Colleagues, any concerns about that? So basically, we would be giving them the ability to terminate the contract with 90 days advance notice to us, so.
One question about the term that
Yes.
the gentleman raised. Right now, it is set up as a 3-year term.
I would leave the term the same. I think if we address, I think his concern was really to have an option to terminate.
Got it.
Okay, okay. I've got no objections to the modification. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. And thank you for everything you do in the community. I know you're a big sponsor of a lot of charities here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, further comments? Do we have a motion then?
So I guess, City Attorney, I guess the motion would be to approve the city manager to negotiate both contracts with both companies. The one contract between both companies.
Can I maybe help a little bit there and say just
Yeah.
so I think we want to make an award and authorize the manager to negotiate based on, do we have a schedule of, I guess, the lowest price schedule of values?
Yes.
Right, for each of the first 2 respondents, each getting the respective facilities at which they provided the lowest price. Okay. Good?
Yep.
Okay. So we have the motion by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. The Vice Mayor has seconded the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes. Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonige,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corian,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0 as amended.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 5, please, if you can read that for the record.
Item 5, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the operation and management services for youth and adult swim lesson and aquatic fitness programs from Ice Swim Academy LLC for a 5-year term, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and enter into an agreement for youth and adult swim lessons and aquatic fitness program management services at Murray Park Aquatic Center.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, you're recognized.
Thank you. The city received 2 proposals for youth adult swim lessons and aquatic programming out of Murray Park. The committee ultimately gave the award to the incumbent, I Swim Academy. The proposal's over a 5-year term.
Thank you. Can you just summarize the terms for the benefit of the public? So it's 5 years?
5 years, $60,000 would be the contribution to the city for the 5 years. The programs they run are youth swim lessons, fitness classes, private fitness classes, and then the pool's also available for open swim during certain hours in the day.
Okay, great. This item is a public hearing item. We'll open up the public hearing to anyone who'd like to address this commission on item 5, which is the award of a contract for youth and adult swim lessons and aquatic fitness programs at the Murray Park Pool. Any member of the public who'd like to come forward, please do so at this time.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Okay, seeing no one in the chamber and no one online, we will close the public hearing. Colleagues, any questions of the manager? Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized.
To the through the mayor, the pricing for the classes and for the lessons, that's all provided by the vendor, right? Or is that something that we helped establish?
That pricing was in response to the proposal.
Okay.
I think we established the minimum for the discount, which was 20% for residents, is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
currently there is no resident discount. This new proposal requires a resident discount versus non-resident.
Okay, so the residents are getting a discount
Yeah.
on it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
And there's a number of scholarships they provide too, is that right?
They will provide 20 scholarships for open swim annually over the 5 years.
Okay, just wanted to recognize the
But-
vendor. for that.
Is that
For
20?
group swim classes,
That's 20 a year or 20 over the life of the contract?
20 a year.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Further questions? Okay, I've got a couple of questions. Did you have anything? Sorry, okay. There are observations, so any discussion on the item, debate? No? I just wanted to ask staff if we could, in this contract, I've spoken to the director about this, incorporate, we have routinely set up a conflict between this paid-for program and an organization that in the summer wants to use the pool for like a general swim or classes for folks who are not familiar with the water at all. And that organization's Branches, just to put it very directly. And so I just want to make sure that we, in the schedule that was published, we did, I think, advertise hours in the RFP where they would be allowed to do that. So I would like to reserve, if we can, one morning a week in the summer where we allow them an hour and a half of access in that window. Yes, please come forward if you like. And just so they can access our pool again. I think the vendor does a fantastic job. I hear nothing but positive things about the program they have run already. But I do know that there's been that conflict, I think, of our own creation. So, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. My name is Nicholas Bevilacqua. I'm the owner of iSwim Academy. I had the privilege of watching your previous meeting a month ago when my thing was on the manager's report, but we didn't get to it. I get it. Kudos to you, Mayor, and the rest of this board. I was a former school board cop. I've been in a lot of school board meetings. Last meeting that you all endured was a challenge, to say the least, and the professionalism from U5 was impressive. So
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
for representing. I know that you're not the city that I live in, but you're in the county that I live in. I love this city that I get to work in. So thank you. That was awesome to watch local government work in that manner. Your response was tremendous. Chief, yours as well. Every other Saturday now, this will be my 10th year that we've operated. The first 4 we were on a single contract, annual contract, and then we just closed out the first 5-year, and now we've been awarded the second 5-year. Thank you very much. We've had a lot of ideas. We've had some come to fruition. We've never, ever, ever not done way more than 20 scholarships. I will teach your kid to swim for free if you can't afford it. No, money should not be an issue for stuff like this. And that's a big part of me. I recruit money from all sorts of different people. Your Rotary Club has been a big contributor over the South Miami Rotary Club. I partner with Carla Ritchie at Miami Kids Magazine. The Coral Gables Rotary Club has been a big contributor for us. There's a South Miami resident that has been a private contributor for many years. My mother, I'm a fortunate person at this stage of my life. I pay for a lot of stuff. My wife and I do. My mother does. My aunt does. My mom guilts everybody. She's a former school board principal, so she knows the PTA game, so she gets people to donate. So that's a big part. What I want to do this year in direct relation, and I apologize for that long tangent.
It's fine.
But every other Saturday, we're going to offer 3 hours of free training. One will be for new parents. Well, new parents, like babies. We used to do a big Mommy and Me class when I was younger. We did it here a little bit, but we've kind of lost it. I want to bring that back. So we'll do like from 9 to 10 on a Saturday, we'll do Mommy and Me free, full free. And if I have to pay for staff to be there, I will. I don't care. And then like 10 to 11 will be non-swimmers that are afraid or whatever. And then maybe 11 to noon will be non-swimmers that are not afraid, or we'll split it up, kids and adults. We'll see how the response gets. We've done plenty of, as I'm sure there's plenty of people here in the city are aware, we've done plenty of free offerings and advertising and all sorts of things. Getting people to show up and take advantage of that free has been a little bit more complicated than offering it. But I'm committed to sharing in your guys' vision as far as what, Murray Park, it's our little small slice of our heaven. But I'm committed to helping this community out, whatever it needs. Like I've continued to do it. We do it without making a big deal out of it, if that makes any sense. But
Nick, I'm sorry to be informal, but I have a hard time pronouncing your last name. So,
Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Think drink the water. Bevila agua. But
Bevilacqua. Thank you. That's helpful.
So I drink the water as I teach kids not to, I guess.
So, Mr. Bevilacqua, I think I'm not asking you to do anything more because I think you do a tremendous amount for free. What I do want to do, and the history of this pool was a hard one. It took us a long time to actually build the facility, right? And so I want to make sure that the community was intended to benefit in large measure. The one organization that when I was in the State House or running for the State Senate or serving in this community that I know I could call, and this is the best example of mine for me during the pandemic, to put resources in the hands of families living in South Miami, because they had direct contact with 80 families, was branches. And so I wasn't bothered at you or the department, I was actually bothered with them, because I found out that they were having this issue. And they told me that, for me, it was $1,200 to get into the UM's pool. I said, well, you should have just called me and I would have written you a check for the $1,200. Not that I want to do that every day, but it's important enough to me to make sure that people who don't have access to instruction can get it. And I think that's consistent with the history of building this facility in this community. And so I just want to make sure if there's a possibility, I don't know what impact it may have to you. I mean, the revenues we get for this are not that significant, again, but all revenue is, right? Programmatically, if there's 1 hour, an hour and a half on a weekday in the summer, where we can kind of coordinate to get them in the pool in the mornings. And the reason I think it's been a conflict for them in the afternoons when we're open swim is that the weather is pretty variable here in the summers. There's probably more.
How many kids?
I don't think it's more than 20 kids that they're bringing at a time. We can get those details.
No problem.
If we can, I just want to make sure that contractually, it's not a problem with you. We have kind of created this issue.
Well, can we write an addendum or if we have to?
If you're open to that, I'd appreciate that. I'd just like to create
figure it out.
the programmatic flexibility to do that.
Yeah, we'll figure. If
Okay.
not, then whatever. But I would also suggest to you from like noon to 3:30, it's city's pool. I don't.
I know you do, yeah.
Stuff like that. Fridays, we've adjusted. So traditionally or previously, since I started doing this in 1992, we've done 5 days, half an hour each day. The world wants things to change, so we've adjusted. We now do 4 days, 4 days. So Fridays is another day during the week that's a weekday that we could easily accommodate what you're asking.
Okay, great.
So if it's not in the contract and I have to sign an addendum, I will.
We'll take in your word and we'll work with it. Okay.
Right on.
Thank you for everything you do,
Thank
sir. Okay. Colleagues, with that, is there a motion on item 5? I'll move it. Is there a second?
Wait, she was.
You got it?
If not, I will.
I'm sorry, want to say something?
No, Brian was going to move it, and I said, go.
Okay.
Oh.
The motion by the vice mayor?
Yes.
A second by Commissioner Bonich?
Second.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you. So we have a motion by the vice mayor, a second by Commissioner Bonich and Commissioner Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonich,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience here for any particular item? If you want to raise your hand, let me know. Okay. Okay, Jerry, sir, what item are you here on? Okay, so let's take that item next, because I think there's a few folks here for it, okay? Madam Clerk, I believe that's item 6.
Item 6.
If you could read that into the record, please.
Yes, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending the future land use map of the future land use element of the City of South Miami Comprehensive Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures set forth in Section 163.3187 Florida statutes to change the future land use designation of certain parcels on the west side of 62nd Avenue between Southwest 64th Street to the north and Southwest 68th Street to the south from their current designation of residential limited commercial RLC to mixed-use commercial residential MUCR.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mark, you're recognized.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. This is Mark Alvarez with the Corradino Group as a planning consultant to city staff. What's up tonight is item R6, and it's a future land use amendment to the city's future land use map. This is a small scale amendment, so tonight is on second reading, so if it passes tonight, it would be adopted. It does not have to be transmitted to the state. It is sponsored by the city administration. What we're doing is we're amending only the map. We made changes already to the future land use element or the text of the city's comprehensive plan. In making those changes, we crossed through certain districts that we felt that we would no longer need. We wanted to broaden the districts and give a little more room and control it more through the zoning. This was one of those. So what we were doing is we were replacing the RLC category, residential limited commercial, to mixed-use commercial residential. Both are mixed use technically, and they, just as a sidebar, because I think it might come up, both categories would be applicable for Live Local applications, so we're not making any changes of that sort. The change is also something that's consistent that we went through a lot when we did the downtown TSDD zoning. We talked a lot about the edges. We talked about how to transition the edges to the residential neighborhoods. Some of that was done within the TSDD code. Some of it depended on certain transitional elements that we put in later. So what we're doing now is we're sort of cleaning up some of those elements before we go to further processes with zoning and comprehensive plan. So we had some workshops during the middle of the summer and autumn, or in Florida, the summer and later part of last year. And we did discuss this, and this item was something that we discussed to move to mixed-use commercial residential as part of the transition from the downtown on the west side of 62nd Avenue, or the TSDD, as we would move to the residential area. The affected land, there are 16 parcels totaling about 2.79 acres. They are all along the west side of Southwest 62nd Avenue, going from Hardy Road to 68th Street. On the east side of that, actually, I think there's a context slide. Yeah, no, I think the map works better. On the east side of that, we have downtown zoning. We have the TSDD for most of those properties. When we finalize the height limits, most of those heights that are directly across would come in at about 6 stories. County property notwithstanding, because the county has some flexibility as to what they do.
Again, Mark, to clarify, you're talking about the east side of 62nd Avenue,
side,
not
across
the
the
subject
street.
properties. Okay.
Correct. On the west side, we have a residential, a single-family residential neighborhood, 2-story limit. To the north, across the Freedom Wall, we have also single-family. And then to the south, those 2 blocks to the south of this are also TSDD, or the downtown zoning. So this was intended to be a transition. What we have right now along there is a very underdeveloped parcels for a downtown area. We would like to see them develop at some point. It's all 1 story. It's a lot of parking lots, a lot of vacant space. I think Marco Drugs is the only thing that's gone in there in the last decade or more. So we would like to include it as our transition area to the downtown. We would like it to be a mixed use. We would like to invite development of a very limited form of residential along with the mixed use, or the commercial, limited commercial on the ground floor, mixed use a little bit above it. Again, we're looking at a transition mostly between 6 stories to 2 stories, so we're not thinking anywhere outside of those bounds. What I do have to say is that we don't have the zoning in place for this category. So MUCD will be currently, if we approve changing this to MUCD on the comprehensive plan, the zoning stays the same. And the zoning is limiting all of these properties to 2 stories, commercial. When we have further discussions, we have a lot more work to do with the rezoning. We will be discussing the zoning that will fit into the MUCD. Right now, we started doing it last year. We got sidetracked on townhouse and some other things, and we never got to it. But we will get to that, and we will have a very vigorous discussion about what fits for this area in terms of height, in terms of the transitional elements of the architecture, in terms of the uses, the density. There will be other areas that will be MUCD, which will vary. We planned on using it for Bird Road, just a little aside from this. But so we will have a very, very strong and vigorous and well thought out discussion with the neighborhood about what we use to control this area as far as the zoning goes. This is just a comprehensive plan change so that we can effectively take care of the fact that we are crossing through this district on our comprehensive plan, this district, and allow us to move forward into the zoning. That's the map of everything I just said. On the map, it basically changes from the salmon color to the pink color. I explained it. This is what we're doing. We're creating this transition. The purple that you see is the downtown zoning, the TSDD, that's already passed through the first reading. We're waiting on the state to respond to us, and we'll be having the second reading on that. Again, just looking at the map, we have on the very north area, we do have single family across the street. That's in the cul-de-sac, not far from the mango lots where there are single family residential. The light purple is the JRE Lee School. It's a county property. It may at some point be redeveloped. We don't necessarily, again, it's county properties and they have a little more latitude about what they do. The purple area is the senior living facility, and then the green is the park. So again, this is all about transition, but right now, all we're doing is comprehensive plan language or comprehensive plan map changes to try to give us the envelope to work within when we get to the zoning. And here I have a table that shows what we are currently at with the RLC limited residential category for the comprehensive plan on the most left-hand column. The one next to it is MUCR, which is what we're recommending to change it to. Again, still a mixed-use category, but we're letting the zoning control it. The MUCR doesn't have a lot of control, it just has the concept of a mixed use, and we intended to control that with the zoning. So for right now, it would stay as NR, which is a neighborhood retail. It's actually still consistent with MUCR. It would limit it to a 0.25 FAR, which is approximately what's there now. It wouldn't allow for much more development. And it would only allow 2 stories and 25 feet. And then we will have a discussion about what we intend to do with the zoning on that, which we're not for now calling neighborhood mixed use. And we'll determine all of the parameters at that point for the actual zoning. All that said, we always apply certain standards to make sure that our comprehensive plan changes are consistent with state requirements, and we find it consistent. And if there's any questions, I'm sure there are, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. Questions?
Go back.
Okay, now, Mark, again, because a lot was said, I'm sure that folks may have not followed all of it. The zoning today controls, and so we are limited to a 2-story envelope with no residential permitted. Once, even if we adopt this, when we adopt this change, if we were to do it, right? The overlaying zoning only limits the properties to be developed to 2 stories, and there's no residential allowed under the current zoning.
Correct, on the current
Okay, so
zoning.
that's not being affected by us
We're
voting
not
to approve this item. Just
Correct,
want-
that's not being
So you said that, I think you said that, but it was not expressly clear.
said it
Okay.
in a different way.
Okay, no problem. So, again, colleagues, no questions? Okay, let's open up the item for public hearing. This is a public hearing item. Anyone would like to address this commission on item 6, please come forward at this time. Sir, your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Jerry Proctor, attorney, 7600 Red Road. Pleased to represent Consolidated Research and Planning, who owns several of the lots on the south side of this property going down to 68th Street. This is the first step, as you said, and as Mark said, and I appreciate his summary. This is an important step. This has been a long time in coming, and this needs to be done. The current designation allows almost only commercial. Commercial is fine, it's possible. It's more possible, and I think better planning with a mixed use. The only other use that's permitted is townhouses up to 5 units per acre. That's not adequate for a half-section line road. I appreciate Mark's summary of the area, and I think the description that I just gave is especially inappropriate with what you've already done in the area. On the east side, as Mark mentioned, with the 6 stories, I would tell you right across the street at 68th Street, the county-owned property is in the RTZ district, and it can develop up to 8 stories with bonuses, with a floor area ratio that's over 1.0. I'm not suggesting that's compatible on this side of 62nd Avenue But that's what's there, and that's controlled by the county. To the south, as Mark also mentioned, is the TSDD, which was enacted, I think, appropriately by the commission recently and sent to Tallahassee. This is good planning. And that's all it is. It's not zoning, it's not development, and you've been through that and we understand that. But this is a good first step. And without it, frankly, the designation that exists is really one of the reasons that you have had almost no development on this west side, these 16 lots. Limited commercial is really just about all you can develop. And that's not really good planning. So I hope you approve the item, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other member of the public who'd like to address this commission on item 6? Good evening, sir. Long time.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jorge Milian. I live on 62nd Court. This is kind of a little shocker. I went to the planning board meeting and tried to find out what MUCR meant, and they didn't know. They didn't know the height. I see now that it's 4 stories that they're trying to get. The transition from the commercial to residential has always been 62nd Avenue. It's been widened, it's been, narrowed down. Where is our neighborhood gonna stand? I've had many people over my house that live on my street very concerned where this is headed. I mean, we certainly don't wanna see 4 stories right behind the fence of our home. Right now, NR doesn't give you much to build, but they could have built this property years and years ago. They've chosen not to. Our neighborhood has gotten together and done charrettes over the years. We've been dealing with this for quite a while. All we want to see is something responsible. We all got together and we're talking about if you go west on 80th Street, if you're on 62nd Avenue, those new townhouses or those buildings that are there that used to be where the city drug rehab, the South Miami Hospital drug rehab little area. I mean, that's beautiful. Those things sold out quickly and they're worth a ton of money. So I'm all for designing something great there, but we can't have, 18 units per acre. 62nd Avenue is already going to be backed. I mean, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's already backed up to the newspaper trying to, just cross US 1 or to get on Sunset. Where's this overbuilding going to end? I thought that, the higher density wasn't supposed to go past 70th, back encroaching into our neighborhoods. There used to be homes on those lots. Those were removed and left vacant. That was done by the owners of the property. And I don't think it's up to the commission to grant something for these property owners to triple their money while the residents that live directly behind them are the ones that are going to pay the price. And I sure hope that, when these decisions are being made, the gentleman here said that last year they had a group get together and talk about this. The residents weren't involved. I wish they would have been. I would be there. I would be active in anything that has to do with that property back there. We're all for great development. We just need it responsible. 4 stories there isn't a transition into a 2-story neighborhood when our fence is going to separate it. The transition should be 62nd Avenue. From there back, they have 2 stories. Have them put townhouses there. Give them whatever code they need for that. But MU4 CR, that's 4 stories. That's starting off, where we don't want to be. And I don't, like I said, I don't think it's up to the city to, bend so far to one side to benefit certain people while hurting the people behind there. So I'd like a responsible decision to be made and just keep our neighborhood informed of what's happening. A lot of people didn't get this letter. I'm curious about all this kind of stuff, so I'm constantly, looking at agendas, and I know this is coming up. We all there want something built, and built nice. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir. Anyone else? Mr. McCants? Or, sir, go ahead.
James McCants, 6210 Southwest 63rd Terrace. Great concern, and right now, just for the change for conformity for this, I will support. I got concerns, just like the gentleman there, but I realized that something has to be done. And when it comes to the zoning aspect of this, I know that the department will put the word out to the neighbors because that's my neighborhood, and we want to be involved in this conversation when the zoning happens. Everybody's concerned, and we just wanted to be responsible and considerate for the neighbors and for the growth, because nothing has happened there for a long time. And it will increase the tax base for us. We just wanted to be responsible. So right now, I'm just supporting the change for conformity, and anxious to see how we address the zoning aspect of it. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Sir, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Luigi Vitalini. I am at 6840 Southwest 62nd Court. I am an architect. I was a former planning board member and former ERPB member for many years. I would like to, so actually my property is right behind the TSDD, which I just recently found out that was enacted. And I've done many studies, actually. I was part of when there was a lawsuit between the, I guess the former owner and the city. I actually tried to mediate a little bit what was going to be there. What I find a little bit difficult is, like a gentleman before me said, is how you do that transition. And what you state in the new FLUM, I think all those statements are correct. But I think what happens is when you actually put those things into practice, which is where it breaks down. So I think in general, I'm in favor of having a better zoning on those lots. But I think you have to be careful of, I think the height is an issue, and I think the biggest problem in these lots is the parking, because what happens that by having these increased densities, you therefore require parking. I mean, I've studied development on these lots, which therefore brings about multi-story parking garage, which is basically the only way you can put enough cars to put these new uses. And that's, I think, should be something that should be very denied and not allowed. And in this future zoning that's going to happen, and it should be like looked at also in the TSDD that was just brought in front of me. I just was preview of the project that is going on in the lots just south of this new zoning, and it's 4 stories of parking garage. It's 2 stories of building and 4 stories of parking garage. I think it's not, it's how you handle this transition, which is going to be like between a really bad development and a successful development, which I do think there should be more development on 62nd Street Avenue, but the transition should be done and mandated well by the new zoning code. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vitalini, just a question, since you are a professional in space. What do you think is the right? I mean, again, I want everyone to understand we have been trying to consolidate zoning and land use categories because we had essentially spot zoning for lots all across the city. So I know the MUCR designation in the minds of people was scary for that reason, because it's got an envelope that seems more liberal than certainly people would want. And Mr. Milian, you know, we've walked that neighborhood and talked about issues before that were impacting neighbors. So I would just ask you, what's the right landing spot for us, just to get your feedback while I have it here?
Well, I mean, I think,
Because my experience is no one wants to build structured parking in a 3 or 4-story building, because there's not enough sellable or leasable square footage to make the economics work.
yeah, but I mean, as an example, just to give you, and I don't know these new areas, but I just saw the plans of the one that is going on, supposedly going in the lots on 62nd, between 69 and 68. I think, you know, if you're trying to promote, you know, transit-oriented district, right, which is the name of the district, is, but just any rules of planning, you should under-park, right? You should make it almost impossible for people to park there, so that the people use the transit. I mean, I do it. I use the transit every day, you know, and I live right there. Nobody else does it because but because the cars are what you're promoting, you know, like, so in this new development, if the requirements, I think, it's 107 cars, and they're actually providing 330, I think that's where it all breaks down. So I think for these lots, for example, I think you should also promote, like, almost no parking, which I know commercially is not an easy thing to accept, but I think that's what would make, like, a good development. I mean, I would all be for the development that they're proposing in front of me. If you take out, like, two levels of parking, it would be like, you know, 4 stories with 1 level of.
No, but I was asking on this, in this particular area, what would be the right balance from your perspective?
Well, I just, I mean, I think you should try to like give a little bit more. I would say, like, around two stories, but not allow, like, a structured parking, and try to limit the size of the building. Like, you know, if you put, like, all these buildings, you know, all these lots together, and you get, like, you know, 400 feet, you get these buildings that are just very massive. And I think that's contrary to, like, single family housing, even though maybe you have, like, you know, 3 stories or so. So I think those are the things that you should look at when you do the zoning and the final analysis.
So massing and the height, right?
And I think try to, like, give less parking. I mean, you know, restrict the parking so that we promote this transit-oriented district. I mean, from there you can walk to the, you know, people can walk, but if you give more cars, nobody's going to do it. I mean, if you put more parking.
Thank you for your thoughts. Any further comments, Mr. Kelly?
Levi Kelly, 6250 South at 60 Avenue. I'm pretty much in the impact area of this discussion, and I think that, in my opinion, it would be somewhat somewhat neglected on the part of this commission if they don't look at trying to conform this into something that would be a better use. In my community right now, I would like to see some mixed-use type of development there. And I think in the overall scheme of things, in order to make that happen, it's going to have to be more than 2 stories. That's the way I feel about that. I've been here now and listened to this for probably about 20 years, the same argument. And I think it's time to move beyond that now. And I think you as a commission need to put your big pants on here and get moving on this thing. Yes, it's not going to make everybody happy, but in totality, I mean, in the community I'm in, where do we have to go in order to do any shopping? There's no place in that walking distance area. So it's something that needs to be looked at hard and clear, with a clear eye. and said, okay, you know, we've heard it for 20 years. Now what are we gonna do? There's a solution out there, let's get it done,
Thank you, sir.
all right?
Further comments? Good evening.
Hi, Brittany Mickens, 6401 Southwest 62nd Court. So, just listening out from what you guys were talking about, if you are gonna do it, I understand you're gonna go ahead and move forward, but, certain residents like me, my alley, like the alley is, you know, what I would have to look at, whether I look to the east or to the west, I still have to look at it, and, it's crazy just trying to take the kids in the morning, you know, it almost takes me about, used to be 5, and now it's almost 20 just trying to fight the cars. So if you're gonna build something, just be mindful of, you know, maybe more residents, you know? Cause even in my backyard, it's more pine trees, so we chose to save the pine trees cause, you know, not only is it good for the environment, but it's overall look, especially when you're in South Miami. Buildings, how high are you guys gonna go? Like that is gonna be a big question, but you know, if I had a preference, you see how JRE is more extended and not height, so maybe you can think of that, like, you know, for the ones that are gonna be buildings or shopping center or whatever, maybe they can go long and not high. And I do agree when he said, make the cars to be under parking, not provide a lot of, you know, parking, but for sure, not 4 or 5-story buildings. I mean, I can't speak for anyone else, but I sure don't want to be looking at 5-story buildings in such a beautiful community. Just keep that in mind. Even across the street from Newspaper Place, that lot has been vacant for quite a while. So, like I said, maybe long and not high. Just a suggestion. Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else who'd like to address this commission on item 6, please come forward. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand. No.
Okay, seeing no one else in the chambers and no one online, we'll close the public hearing. Colleagues, discussion. Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
I wasn't here last time, so I just want to make sure that I understand before we vote. Right now, when we vote, it still stays at 2 stories until we have further conversation on this.
Yes, the zoning is unchanged, and
Okay.
it's 2 stories, and it does not allow for any residential currently.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Mark, I think in the first reading, I asked this, there's a distance between the alley to where the building can start. I think we said, was it 150 feet? I'm trying to recollect, I could be wrong. Right, there's a distance from the road, the alley road, inside to the property where you could start building, or we haven't even set that yet?
We haven't set that yet.
We haven't set that yet.
We haven't set that yet.
The depth of the properties are about 100, the alley is about 20.
Okay.
Further questions, comments? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kaye,
Second.
a second by Vice Mayor Corey. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes,
Item passes 5-0.
thank you. Okay, let's go to, colleagues, any other items that, is there anyone else here for any other item before we move on? Yes, sir, which item? Okay, not a problem. Let me do this. Let me take item, I think we have one other item for Mr. Alvarez, then we can let him go. So if we'll take item 7, and then we'll go to 4. Madam Clerk, if you can read item 7 for the record, please.
Item 7, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending the future land use map of the future land use element of the City of South Miami Comprehensive Plan pursuant to a small-scale amendment procedure set forth in Section 163.3187 Florida statutes to change the future land use designation of certain parcels located on the north side of 64th Street, generally between Southwest 59th Avenue on the east and Southwest 59th on the west from the current designation of mixed residential moderate density MRMD to townhouse residential TR.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Alvarez, your presentation.
Thank you again, Mark Alvarez with the Cordina Group, acting as consultant for the city staff. This is, again, it's a very similar item to the item 6 that we just heard. This is a small-scale amendment for changing 4 properties on 64th Street on the future land use map from the current designation of MRMD, which is mixed residential moderate density, to townhouse residential. Again, it's a small-scale amendment process. If this passes tonight, it is adopted. It does not have to be transmitted to the state. It is also sponsored by the city administration. The reasons for the sponsoring by the city administration are the same as we just heard. We have, as part of our larger process of rezoning and changing future land use map, we have actually crossed through this category as well, the MRMD. The MRMD was a category for future land use that was enacted in about 2019. It had a purpose at that time to try to stimulate redevelopment, but it only took place on 7 properties in the entire city. And when we had our larger discussions and we talked about the downtown, and as we went to the north of the downtown, we would try to stimulate redevelopment with the townhouse category that we already have. So this is a residential category. On the same note, this cannot have an application for Live Local under its current category, nor under what we're proposing. So again, that issue remains the same. Also, again, this was part of a larger discussion, as I mentioned back last summer through September and October, of how we would treat the areas to the north of the downtown as we transition. And we were very aware that we needed some help with developing this area in a way that's still a neighborhood. And so one of the things we talked about was using the townhouse residential category, which is approximately a category that would accommodate a zoning for townhouses on 25-foot frontages. It's a townhouse that can go to 3 stories at the maximum, and it can also have an auxiliary dwelling unit on the bottom or a live workspace. So these are the 4 properties. They are 4 properties that are 63 by 100. And again, they're sort of an anomaly in the city, along with 3 other properties, which are the mango lots that were changed back in 2019. We just want to eliminate this category and use the larger umbrella of the townhouse residential. And again, just like before, we are not changing the zoning, so these would now, either the owners could apply to change the zoning to townhouse, or the city may come in later as part of larger zoning changes to change it to townhouse. I should mention that there are 3 townhouse categories. We have an RT6, 6 units an acre. We have an RT9, which is actually 8.87 or something like that units per acre. And we have an RT18, which is something that we just enacted last year, which is 18 units an acre. And that's the one that's meant to be able to fit on single properties, single residential properties. These are 63 by 100. They could each fit 2 townhouses. Around in the area, we have across the street, of course, we have Madison Square, which is mixed use and is in fact MUCR. Because of the sensitivity that these, although they're on Hardy Road, which is a collector street, and we think about maybe doing mixed use, we also consider that these back onto single-family properties, that we want to maintain that compatibility. So that's why that we're going to a townhouse residential category for these properties. And in any properties where we're in the residential areas, we would continue to do the same. We would not want to extend the Madison Square mixed use beyond the 4 corners that it exists on. So again, on the map, you see it there. It's mostly surrounded by single-family residential. We're very sensitive to that, so the transition here is a townhouse category. And across the street is Madison Square, the pink area, which is a mixed-use category that allows up to 4 stories. And actually, the little corner there, just to the west, is also MUCR. We're going with the idea that we want to be compatible with the residential neighborhoods, the residential properties, excuse me. Just like before, we're not changing the zoning. Currently, these are actually zoned in a category that's incompatible with the category that they're, I'm sorry, let me say that the right way. These are currently zoned RS3, which is actually incompatible with the current zoning of MRMD, because one was a duplex type zoning, and we have a single-family type zoning, and the lot sizes don't fit that either. This will actually correct that, because when we did the townhouse category, we allowed for single-family to exist as a right without being a legally non-compliant use as a right in the townhouse category. So we would cure that, but we really are looking forward to trying to cause some redevelopment in the area. We had a lot of discussions that we wanted to convert duplex to a townhouse type of a product. It would give us a little more of an urban feeling. It would always keep the door on the street, and that's what we're doing. Again, we have, we evaluate it for consistency with state statutes, and we find that the change is consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Alvarez? Mark, so last time we had a public hearing on this item, we heard concerns about gentrification on the lot. So again, just so we're clear, we think about this in the future, if we're going to change the zoning category, which one would leave it consistent with the current development profile of those lots? I believe you said RT6 the last time. I just want to make sure that's still the same.
RT6, the question that we had last time was what was the lowest density that would apply under the category, and that's RT6.
Okay.
For those, RT6, I believe, would require some of those lots to assemble, though. So what could be applied right now without assembly of lots would actually be RT18, because it was designed to fit into single lots.
Okay, but in terms of the density, because that's really what will probably drive whether those units are redeveloped or not. I don't know if they're homesteaded or owned by an investor. Just responding to what we heard at the last meeting, right, which was a concern that we are inadvertently encouraging people to displace those existing residents. So if our goal is to not displace anyone, but to render our plan consistent and eliminate categories, and we're going to retain, we created RT18, but we're retaining RT6, which is the category that does the least amount of harm in terms of?
In terms of densification, the
Yes.
RT6 would be the least dense.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Questions? Rodriguez and Commissioner Kaya.
Mr. Alvarez, so I had the same question as the mayor. With the RT6 or an RT18, you could still only fit 2 townhouses on those lots? Or does it get, if we go to RT6, because you said you have to assemble, why would you have to assemble?
RT6 and RT9 were existing townhouse categories, and they were focused more on a larger sort of planned development.
Okay.
So we have those along Ludlam Road on the east side of it, RT6s and RT9s. It's really designed to be that kind of thing, so it has a minimum lot size that's a little bigger than some of those lots.
Okay, so to keep it the way, so right now there's 2 units on those properties. To keep it 2 units or 2 townhomes, it would have to be an RT18?
The RT18, although it sounds like it's a lot more density, you still only fit 2 townhouses on each property.
Okay.
Instead of having it as a duplex
I get-
horizontally, they go vertically.
Yeah.
And to answer the displacement question, because those townhouses, that code was written to allow for ADUs, which would be affordable housing, it could also have a unit on the bottom that's very small and would be an affordable housing unit.
Okay, so yeah, I just think it gets a little confusing.
I think there's another part of the analysis. I'll ask a follow-up question, so I might clarify the issue.
Okay, so, because with the RT6, the footprint of the structure is bigger. With the RT18, the footprint is smaller.
I think the difference, if I can correct, I'm not sure I agree with that characterization. So I think the difference is the minimum lot size in RT6 is larger because it's more suburban in character. In RT18, it's more urban in character, so you have a smaller minimum lot size. So I would say to you, if I was advising a client, I would tell them replat the lots, create more lots, get more units. So the yield to the property owner is larger. So I'm not happy with this characterization of the facts. I think there is another analysis that very clearly leads to a redevelopment scenario that could result in displacement. So I want to be clear for the record, right? The thing that changes nothing and creates no incentive for someone to essentially redevelop the site by increasing the density is RT6, not RT18. I don't want anyone up here to have a doubt in their mind about the effect of imposing RT18 zoning. It does create, I think it does signal to the market that we want more units. Now, do they have to go through the additional step of replatting? I'd say the answer to that question is yes. Is that a fair statement?
To increase the number of units, yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, ma'am.
So are you then inferring that we would give these lots an RT6 zoning to make it a sum-zero game, that they would be unable to redo anything
This
on their
board-
lots without buying more lots?
They don't have to buy more lots.
Well, but if they
So let me
got an
clarify.
RT6 designation, they wouldn't be able to do anything because
They
they
would,
wouldn't have
so
enough
the
space.
question that I was asking, so that we're clear,
Yeah.
we heard a lot of people come out and say,
Yeah, I watched the
you
meeting.
did, okay, I didn't know if you,
I
because you weren't
watched
here,
it.
that's why I wanted
Yeah,
to add, so what I'm suggesting is, when we think about rezoning the property, which we will have to rezone it to render it consistent with this land use designation. If I'm mistaken, city attorney or resolvers, correct me, right? We'll have to rezone it to render it consistent with what we're doing now. We'll have a menu of options to choose from. Okay, the menu options ranges from RT6 to RT18. If our goal is to say to the owner, we want to give you no more rights than what you have today, essentially, right? I think the answer to the selection of those three categories is RT6. If our goal is to say to the owner, we'd like you to do something else with this property, right? We make it easier by conferring an RT18 zoning designation. That's how I understand our choices.
Okay, but my question, and this is simply looking at what the designations are. I understand what you are mentally, like the mental mathematics, I understand. But when you are looking at RT6, and I'm making up a number, these lots are 6,300 square feet. RT6 is 8,300 square feet. So by giving it an RT6 designation, we are essentially handicapping anybody who owns these properties to doing anything. So.
No, I would disagree with that insofar as they can come before this board and make a request to have the property rezoned to any of the other two categories.
If I can clarify,
please, yeah.
they're currently rezoned RS3.
Okay, and what is that?
Single family, 3. The structures that are there are actually legally non-compliant structures under RS3. And I understand the history of this was that in 2019, the then member, the board passed on the comprehensive plan designation that we're, the MUMD that we're trying to delete now, but they never agreed to rezone it. So it remained RS3. In fact, because when we did the townhouse category for the future land, for the comprehensive plan, and we had this discussion quite a lot, at least Mr. Riccio and I had a lot of discussions about causing legally non-compliant lots with single family, and we specifically added single family residential as a category that's permitted under this land use category so that we wouldn't cause that. So we would actually bring this zoning into compliance. We don't have to rezone it. It would be a matter of choice if we rezone it.
So
That's an important clarification. though.
okay, yeah, because I think
No,
I
I thought
benefit of
that's why I
not
asked.
being-
I thought we had to adopt any one of the RT categories in order, okay, so.
Yeah,
So-
Okay, so
put in
then
a
we're,
savings clause.
we're even in a better position than I thought we were.
Okay,
Okay,
so-
thank you for the clarification. So essentially, this has zero impact on our need to we render the current zoning compliant with the comp plan designation.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, I apologize for the misunderstanding.
Okay, so essentially, we don't have to do anything.
No, we do not, yeah.
Okay, so we could do nothing, and this conversation could be over.
I think I think my confusion is born from the fact that I think the last time you were recommending we consider RT18 zoning for the site. Am I
Yeah.
recalling the discussion correctly?
We had a question about what would be the choices, and those would be the townhouse choices.
Okay. Commissioner Kaya, you had a question?
I understand that because we're talking about their single-family use, but it also has a primary land use a multifamily, 2 to 9 units. At 6,300 square foot lot, with the density at RT6, we can only build 0.8 units per lot. So that wasn't feasible. So I agree with, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to clarify that as well.
Okay, do we have a motion on this item, or do we want to discuss it further?
Public hearing.
We didn't do the public hearing on this? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Unless you did it on that.
Further questions? So, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So then, we have the option on the table of do nothing and it stays the way it was?
With respect to zoning, yes.
All right, I
Yeah.
just want that clarification.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Sorry. The current designation, which is MRMD, is a designation that we have kind of marked to phase out. So part of the reason we had proposed this was to move to the new category. And if you all approve, I think the statement it really is, if you all approve what you do tonight, you don't have to do anything subsequent to that. You don't have to change the zoning. It would be consistent with the new comprehensive plan designation. So if you approve this change tonight, you don't have to take the next step and rezone it unless you want to, but you don't have to.
But if we approve this change tonight, what are we approving? We haven't approved R6, sorry, R6.
No, you're approving the designation.
We're approving
that
the
would allow
designation.
For any of those to occur.
Just the name.
There's 2 levels. You're approving the base level.
Okay, further questions? I'm sorry for muddying the waters. My apologies. This is a public hearing item. Anyone who'd like to address this commission item 7, please come forward at this time.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Okay, seeing no one in the audience and no one online, the public hearing is closed. Colleagues, any further discussion?
No, Mayor, I'll move the motion if that's okay with you.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Okay, a motion by Commissioner Kaya, a second by Vice Mayor Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Cayenne,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Great, if you can read item 4, please.
Item 4, a resolution of the Mayor City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving a multi-year memorandum of understanding with the underlying management organization, Inc., DBA, the underlying conservancy related to investment in the underlying operations, programming, maintenance, and management.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, are you going to do a quick presentation, or? I'm happy to address the item.
Feel free.
Okay. So, the underline has been soliciting requests for support from jurisdictions that are on this future, in our case, future park amenity. I know there's been discussions about a capital contribution. That's not what's before us. So I want to be clear that the agreement that was advertised is just about the maintenance piece. And as we know, our phase of the underline, it's unclear whether it will be delivered at the beginning of the next fiscal year, which starts in September of this year. Sorry, October 1 of this year, excuse me. October 1 of this year. So what the agreement is drafted, basically, we would appropriate a full $300,000, but we are not obligated to make a maintenance payment until such time as the facility comes online. So if that happens at any point during the fiscal year, our contribution in terms of the maintenance, the full $300,000, would be prorated. So let's say it happens in the last 2 months of the fiscal year, we would contribute 2 months, a 1/6 of the full amount. Okay, so that's how I believe that's how the agreement is drafted. That's how I read it. So if that's not an accurate representation, please let me know, Mr. City Attorney.
That's what it's meant to say.
Okay, I wanted to mention this. I've communicated to the underlying, the amount is not insubstantial. It's a considerable commitment on our part. I do want to remind my colleagues that we are the one jurisdiction that is on this amenity that's contributed no dollars to its capital development, right? So I think we have a significant amount that we are gaining. I think it's in our best interest to fund this at a level that's well beyond what we're customarily used to funding. Our own maintenance, frankly, I think that, this commission's long desire to increase our maintenance effort with respect to our right-of-way maintenance and landscaping. And so, again, I'm not insensitive to the fact this is a substantial amount of money, but again, I think for the value we're getting, the fact that we've made no contribution, and we're going to be a party that is directly benefited by this, and we see the value and potential that this amenity brings to not only our city generally, but the future redevelopment of this campus, I think that it's a pretty wise investment for that reason. So happy to take any questions you all have. Yes, Madam Commissioner.
I agree with you that an investment in this is needed. I agree that it is in our best interest. It is our backyard. I don't agree that we should be funding a capital investment in public restrooms. City Hall has restrooms, the library has restrooms.
And again, I will tell you that it's not before us, so I want to keep the discussion on what is before us. But I think if there is a request, there has been a request from the other line. It unfortunately came after the date that this item was advertised, and this was advertised on March 7th. So we can certainly address that item, but I think if I have heard concerns from the manager's office about the request generally. So rather than mix metaphors today, what I would say is if we can bring that request back at a subsequent date and discuss the merits of whatever that capital contribution is, whether it's for a bathroom or anything else, and whether we should make it at all.
Then I would change my statement to say I am comfortable giving an amount. I think we should be able to earmark what we would like that amount to go towards, since it will be given by us. We should have some input into what that would be, or at least some dialogue, especially because of what I just said. I also think that there should
I just asked, are you referring to maintenance dollars or capital dollars?
capital dollars.
Okay, again, I don't disagree with that statement in the absolute least. However, it's not what's in front of us today.
Well, but if we're being asked for $300,000,
Maintenance.
yes, but from that initial $300,000, is none of that going to capital costs?
None of that in the agreement that's in front of us, okay, includes a capital contribution. So the advertised agreement that is in the record does not have any, again, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Attorney, Madam Manager, does not have any reference to capital dollars. There was a request that came after this item was drafted, after it was advertised, okay, that we can consider, but I want to be clear that the item that's in front of us that's been advertised has no capital contribution.
So we're being asked for $300,000 a year for maintenance.
For maintenance, yes, ma'am.
And then,
In the first year, because we expect that the facility will not be delivered
yes,
on October 1,
I understood,
that contribution would be a prorated contribution.
I understood that part of
Okay.
the conversation. Is it accurate then to say that it does continue then to have that escalator associated with it?
Yes, ma'am. I think if you look at the schedule there, I think in year 2, I think the total amount goes to $315, and there's an escalator thereafter.
Okay,
Yeah.
so are we all comfortable with $300,000? I think that's a real conversation.
Again, and I just want to also remind the board that the way the agreement is styled, that it's subject to annual budgeting and appropriation. So this is the benchmark we are going to try to solve for every year. I certainly think it's something we should do. My concern about this whole framework, and I had wanted to make this, if I had my druthers, right, and the underline was not necessarily, did not embrace this idea, I wanted to have a binding interlocal agreement between all the other entities, Miami-Dade County, City of Miami, Coral Gables, UMSA, that have skin in the game in terms of this amenity touching their jurisdiction, so that if we budgeted it, they had to budget the same amount, or,
Percentage of budget, or?
yeah, so it's in terms of how we arrived at this number, right? It's based on a linear mile figure, and Mr. Cloakley is here and can address questions as well. And so we have 1 linear mile. They're allocating a $300,000 cost. Every other jurisdiction is basically being assessed or asked to make a contribution on the same metric. So it's an equitable amount. From that perspective, I have been loath to quibble about what the request is. I wanted to make sure that there's maintenance standards that they have that are reflected in the document. My understanding is they've been provided to us, right? And so that is embedded in the agreement, something they've got to adhere to. Our Public Works team knows what their obligations in terms of maintenance are, where it starts and where ours, where theirs begin and end, and where ours start. And we are kind of operating with that kind of level of clarity.
And is it accurate? We've never given a penny to anything having to do with the underline? Yes, we have, or no, we haven't?
We have not. Mr. Coakley, why don't you?
Sorry, I'm like looking at you and I'm
Yeah.
like, yes or no?
Good evening, Euless Cleckley, CEO of Friends of the Underline, newly appointed. I'm sure you've heard about Nick
Congratulations.
Daly, but I came on about 2 months ago as the CEO, so thank you, Mayor, and the Commission. So from my understanding, there hasn't been any funding that's contributed to the construction costs and the capital costs for the project. And again, just to put some context to this, we have a variety of different funding sources from the federal government as well as the Florida Department of Transportation and the county. The total investment is close to $150 million.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Okay. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
So I guess before me, I have the maintenance. So it's basically daily tasks, certain amount of items, biweekly, weekly, monthly, semi-annual, annual, ongoing, so forth. Would, A, is it possible? And B, are we open to analyze what work and maintenance is going to be done if we did it with our own Public Works Department? And would that be a savings to the city? Because I know we're dealing with, and I think Alex can vouch for this, we're dealing with certain issues with lights and maintenance, and we're sitting waiting for someone to react. Where, and no offense to you or to the organization, but if we have our own public works guys, if there's graffiti, if there's any vandalism, anything, if we have our own public works team work on it, it's going to be much. Again, it's in our backyard. We don't want it sitting there for weeks looking bad or like crap, and nothing's being done. So at the end of the day, are you guys open to seeing what would it cost our Public Works Department? Maybe what would it take hiring a couple people to handle this? Is that an option?
Sure, we can have I think it's an idea, and I'm sure Euless has an opinion on it. Let's hear from Commissioner Kai, and then we'll pick that up for discussion.
Well, I think the opinion is going to be the same. I think the commitment from all the municipalities of Miami-Dade, UMSA, is that they're committing to this program. So if we pull out and do it ourselves, the value goes up for them, right? Like, it's supposed to be unified and qualified. I do agree, though, with the comment that you stated that what are the conditions that if graffiti's not cleaned up or garbage is not picked up, like what are the methods, or what is I didn't read it, so I apologize. What is the method on the contract that we could either enforce it or get out of it? What are the triggers that happens to that?
So look, I think I don't want to speak for you, so you can jump in whenever you like, but I think, our experience with other governmental entities has been spotty. I mean, we had an issue with a homeless encampment behind the library when we arrived here early, and Chip and Public Works kind of took care of it, re-landscaped it, and again, I don't know what authority we had to do that, but we did it to resolve the matter, right? I would think, given the level of investment that they're putting in, if it were my linear park, I'd be loath to have anybody else go on there and perform the service for us. That said, right? Because it creates consistency and control issues, right, in terms of the execution of the maintenance. Probably also has an impact in terms of them leveraging economies of scale to service the balance of the amenity. I think our ultimate hammer is, if we don't want to fund this in year 2 because we're dissatisfied with the level of service, we're going to call him and the Conservancy to account, and they're going to have to explain to us why they're falling down on the job, right? This is not, because we cannot budget and bind future commissions. We always have the right to revisit this agreement, and we can walk away from it the way it's drafted. So what?
Terminate it.
We can also terminate it. So I think I expect a higher level of standard, and I expect them to be more nimble because they are not an agent of our sister government at the county. right? And so I think we're going to get a higher level of responsiveness as a result, you know. But that would be my response. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, and I can attest to that. Just to get some background, so I used to be the director and CEO of the Transportation and Public Works Department from Miami-Dade County. So that means I ran Metro Rail, Metro Mover, all the buses. And I can tell you the level of service that we had for the property that was previously underneath the Metro Rail before the investment into the underline would never amass to what is reflected here within this exhibit in the MOU. So the level of service is at a much higher level. And we have experience of this because we have phase 1 and phase 2 that have been completed. And so if you've ever been down to Brickell or go towards Vizcaya, close toward 27th Avenue, you'll see how pristine the corridor is. And that's because the contract that we have has those stipulations in terms of the requirements for the service that's in front of you today. So it will be far beyond anything that you'll get at the county level. And again, you know, definitely respect and appreciate the collaboration with the city of South Miami, but I would venture to say that we'll even have higher, greater standards that the city of South Miami's Public Works Department can have for this particular corridor. That's one of the benefits of having this arrangement, to have this public-private partnership that we can provide a accelerated and increased responsiveness, whether it be graffiti, trash pickup, and the like, and we get the opportunity to hold our contractor to account throughout the entirety 10 miles of the corridor.
Mayor, sorry.
Yes, recognize the Vice Mayor. I'll come back down the line here.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, by the way. And for my own edification, because we have dealt with plenty of issues with, obviously, the Metro right now in terms of cleaning up graffiti, removing items, you know, potentially trespassing individuals, things like that. What is the security programming for the underline now, and is there an expectation for that in our 1 mile?
Yes, correct. So right now we have 24/7 security. We do partner with the private contracted security with the Department of Transportation and Public Works. And again, that's another expectation that we have as a part of our management agreement with the county, that we provide that 24-hour security throughout the entirety of the corridor. So the same thing will exist here in South Miami.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kaya and then Commissioner Rodriguez.
I just stuffed my face. Let Roger.
Okay. Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized.
So I do want to be clear on this. I think the underline is great. Everything that's being done with it, I'm in favor of. Where the reason I brought up those items about the maintenance issues is when you get off I-95 on US 1 and you look to your right, you see all the graffiti on those fences, and you see some of those fences kind of falling apart for something that's brand new.
It's not, so just to be clear, that's not within the scope of the right-of-way. That's private property. So they don't.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
So
it's not, yeah.
how, I guess, I imagine you guys have something that you're doing to alleviate that, or point being is, if we have that in any of our areas, is that something that we will be responsible to handle, or is that something that you, the underline, will take care of?
Yeah, anything that's in the underline's right-of-way, we will take care of, and it'll be consistent with the service requirements that are in front of you today. Now, if it's on private property, of course, that's outside of our right-of-way, and that would be a different type of approach to if it's graffiti or any type of trash pickup. And we're serious about this because the whole point of the underline is that it's a pristine, first-class facility, and we need to ensure to keep it that way. And that's the commitment for myself as the leadership, as well as our founding member and the rest of our board. That's the expectation we'll set, and we will make sure to meet it.
Secretary yourself on that point. I think if they were graffitied one of the columns, for example, they'd have to take care of it.
Right.
Unfortunately, those fences have been like that for a long time,
Yeah.
and it's private property, and unfortunately, it's outside, I think, their ability to address it. So, Commissioner Kaya, you ready?
Yeah, thank you.
No
Sorry.
problem.
The service agreement that you guys have in phase 1, is that coming? I'm assuming you outsource that. Is that accurate or no? The maintenance, the
correct.
security services, all that's outsourced.
Yes.
Are you planning to move those same companies along phase 2 and phase 3? Is that, or are you guys going to open up for bid?
That's a plan. Now, again, the term of that contract, I believe it might expire here in the next 18 months to 2 years. I have to go back and follow up with you about that. Even if it does, we'll make sure that the scope is comprehensive, and we'll get the best price and make sure that we have the economies of scale. But the intent, as we open up, the existing service provider will stay on board, and we feel that because of their past performance has been excellent, that again, as these additional segments come on with phase 3, we'll achieve the same level of service and responsiveness.
Look, I think that I've always been a big fan of what you guys are doing. I think the city of South Miami is going to benefit. There's a lot of things that we have coming online that are really going to support it back and forth. These little caveats are important to us. I mean, obviously, we care about quality. Best in class, like you just said, is something that we're really interested in as well. So whatever we can do to help out, obviously under the agreement that we have, we need to make sure that we execute it. So that was my only concern. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Carrie, any final comments? If not, we'll entertain a motion. Yes.
A public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is a public hearing item. Thank you. Do you have another question?
Just final comment on this. Again, it has nothing to do with the Illini. It's more on the city side. You know, 300,000 is a lot of money. To put it in perspective, that's the cost of our CDs for our streetscape for Sunset Drive would be paid off with those 300,000. So I don't know. I don't take it lightly for a city like ours.
Right, it's 45% of the ad valorem revenue increase we had last year. I mean, it's the first thing I said to Meg and to Ulyss when they approached me about this. I said, I want you to appreciate the size of the request relative to our size.
Yeah.
And so and the only reason to me this makes any sense is we've not put $1 into this program, and we are going to get the benefit. And I think, you know, I'm a big believer with what we're going to do here on this campus at City Hall. If we actually get it executed, that we're probably going to have the best destination location, right, on the underline of any community on this linear trail. So again, you know, to use Mr. Kelly's comments, it's time for us to put our big boy and big girl pants on, right, and bet big on the city. And I think that's what we're doing. I think we have a good partner, and the truth is, if a partner doesn't perform, you know, we can walk away from this agreement. And if we can't meet our obligation because there's budget constraints, I'm sure we're going to be as challenged as anybody else. We'll have that conversation. We'll figure out how we either supplement what they're doing with our staff or work with them to right-size our contribution in years going forward. So those are my thoughts, but happy to talk about it further. Yes, Madam Commissioner.
Let's
Let's
go.
go. You want to call the question?
Yes, let's
Open
go.
it for
Okay.
public.
I'll move it. Let's go.
Let's open for, no, we got to open the public hearing.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness, we're never gonna.
Is there any member of the public who'd like to address item 4 on tonight's agenda? Mr. Smith, Mr. McCants?
Good evening, John Edward Smith. Congratulations. Haven't had the opportunity to meet you yet. I wanted to speak with Meg tomorrow morning to arrange a breakfast or lunch for us. Thank you. Certainly we belong here. And as the mayor has indicated, so far, South Miami has not contributed to the underline. The city of Miami has assessed properties along the underline and is contributing that way as well. So there's a lot of other support from other municipalities that is coming into this. And yes, $300,000 is a big bite, but it's 1 mile. We're spreading that over a mile. So just figure the pennies that way, going out that way.
Well, it's a year.
Yeah. My association with this goes back way before a shovel went in the ground. In 1983, I founded Bike Miami, and we used the path under the Metro Rail for a number of our trips that we did monthly during Miami's For Me month in November. So my familiarity with the challenges of this path, and actually Merritt Steerheim was referring to it when when I was involved as a linear path back then too. So, I mean, the whole thing about making it real and Meg's vision is remarkable, and it's coming together. If you look south of us right now on 80th Street, the landscaping is going in. I shot some pictures the other day of that, and the section from 80th down to Dateline South is probably 90%. So I think they're just working on the landscaping. So I think, you know, we are the only business community, first on the Metro Rail, and certainly now with the underline. And we have to be able to bring that to us as well, as they're bringing it to us, but we need to bring it to them. I think this is going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Liebman just texted me and said that he wanted me to let everyone know that the city of South Miami contributed to the design and engineering back when this all got started.
Okay.
So that while we did not contribute capital, we did contribute in that form.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner
McCants.
Liebman.
James McCann, 6210 Southwest 63rd Street. When we talked about this last year, and I've been talking with the commissioners, both Steve and Danny, and you, Mayor, about the possible jobs that could be had with the underline. And we had a lot of people really hyped up for the opportunity. Now, we did get one guy out there who's doing good. But the possibility to get other folks from both South Miami and Coconut Grove. And we were thinking about just trying to work together as a county thing, maybe District 7, job opportunities for folks. And it works right in line. If you're getting federal funding, you got some federal funding on this. So if you do, that means Section 3 falls up under this. So the local hiring will help you comply with the Section 3 initiative. So if we can do that, just keep that in mind. And I'd love to talk to you. Okay? Good enough.
Thank you for reminding us about that, James. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
And Mr. McCann, we tell them we spoke about with NB2A, we've got all the subs in place. We just had really bad success with it. If we could put more pressure, more highlight on it. I had a big meeting with the whole group, so. Yeah, we did a lot. We just didn't get a lot of success with it.
Okay, so we'll definitely follow up. Just one point of note. Workforce development is something that's a part of the underline. Sometimes people don't recognize that. We do actually have a grant from Bank of America where we identify residents to go and train them in the art of horticulture. They get certified and they can go on to either stay with the underline or go on to other places of employment. And we're definitely going to be focusing on that more. Because it's a fantastic opportunity to not only have this great asset, but to really make sure it's an economic generator. So just want to put that note out there that's a part of the mission and the vision of the underline moving forward.
Thank you.
We'll definitely follow up on the subcontracting piece.
Thank you.
Okay. Further public comment. Is there anyone else who'd like to address item 4 on tonight's agenda?
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Okay, seeing no one else in the chamber, no one else online, we'll close the public hearing. Colleagues, final comments? Nope. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Kaye, a second by Vice Mayor Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Bonish,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5.
Thank you. Colleagues, any preference on which items we take next? You want to take the first reading ordinances?
Why don't we take 1289?
1289. Madam Clerk, if you can read consent agenda item number 1. Thank you for the suggestion, Madam Commissioner.
Item 1, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving and authorizing the purchase of 40 Smith & Wesson M&P 15T SBR 556 rifles and related accessories from ProForce Law Enforcement in a total amount of $73,589.76, including a trade-in credit of $11,929 from existing equipment and inventory, declaring the existing trade-in equipment as surplus property.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion on item 1?
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Bonich, a second by Commissioner Kaye. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Caillou.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey.
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
If you could read Resolution 2, please.
Item 2, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving and adopting a Title VI non-discrimination policy and plan, including a disadvantaged business enterprise DBE policy in accordance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Florida law.
Madam Manager, you have a presentation.
The city receives FDOT funding for our on-demand transit program. We had a tri-annual audit. There are certain requirements that we have to abide by. One of them is that we have a Title VI policy in place with specific language. So this item is drafting the policy so that it complies with what FDOT requires.
Thank you for the explanation. Colleagues, any questions of the manager? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move the motion, Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Kaye, a second by Vice Mayor Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Caillou.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey.
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
If you could read item 8, please.
Nikki's killing me going out of
8. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending Section 15A-18 Controlled Parking in Residential Zones of Chapter 15A Parking of the City Code of Ordinances to establish a single residential permit parking zone, permit eligibility and issuance and procedures for implementation of the program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Riverall, floor is yours.
You know he's excited about it.
I know he's excited. That's why I asked him to come up before even asking you.
Number 1 auditor, 8 years running.
Where the flowers? Where the flowers and the ribbons? You gotta wear the ribbons to the next meeting, please. Okay?
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here before you presenting this modification to our residential program, which we believe is critical for as development continues in our town center and people want to be here, which is a great thing. This program, we've been working on it with communities in that area, with new developers that are in that area, and we've gained multiple approvals and support by the community, thinking that this program that was presented before you will work and help improve the area, especially come September, October, November, December, as they start filling up some of these units in our town center.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions about the program for Mr. Riverall? Yes, Commissioner Bonich.
I already shared my concerns with you. Should I say them here or do I leave them with you?
No, share them, please.
When you allow for overnight parking in the parking garage, that opens the door, and not that it is a bad thing, for people who only use their car sometimes. When I had this conversation with Alfredo, he made mention to me that you couldn't park your car consistently there for more than 72 hours, that it wasn't for park storage. I then said to him, I am a household of 2 people and 2 cars. I don't drive my second car all the time, but it is my second car. So if I lived in a building and I had a second parking space, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be driving my car within 72 hours. We are promoting this whole thing, and as a matter of fact, I had to sit here and listen to somebody say, don't let people have freaking parking spaces, pretend they don't exist, pretend they're wearing their car like a hat, and then we're saying, oh, let them have parking. No, remember, like, oh no, let's do a 3-story, 2-story building with 2 stories of parking and not give anybody any freaking parking. Yeah, okay, in a pretend world, people don't have cars, but in Miami, we have cars. And so even if I live in the building across the
I think you're
street-
channeling Manolo Reyes right now.
Oh my God. Like, even if I lived in that building and I go work downtown and I take the train, I may still have a second car. That doesn't necessarily mean I move my car. It may not move in 5 days. So we have to change the verbiage in that so that it says if you have a second car, it can just be there. You don't have to move it in 72 hours, because if not, I would be moving my car around the parking lot like a moron.
Further comments? So I have the opposite perspective, quite honestly. Shocker. Which is, I would say park the car you use less frequently in your home garage, right? Because it's not a public garage. So my comments on Alfredo was two things. One was, I think the rate on overnight parking for the covered portion of the garage is too low. For the rooftop, $100 is fine. It's what they charge people on the surface lot down the street, right? But we're providing, I think there's a value in having your car protected from the elements and from the sun. When I park my car outside my garage, you know how flipping hot it gets, right? And so I think we should charge probably $125, but that'll come with a rate recommendation. I think we should have a shorter vehicle relocation requirement or vehicle movement requirement, just because we don't want people leaving cars there. The garages are safe. Public garages, I think, are safest when there's more movement in and out, right? They feel more threatening when you've got static people or static cars in them. And so I would say, if I were in your situation, and let's say I were to move into the Avalon Bay Apartments and I wanted to have a second car, and it's more advantageous to me to park in the garage, I would say, well, then park the car I use least frequently in the garage reservoir at the building, and park my daily driver across the street. If you're moving it less than every 48 hours. Again, I think there's a way around that issue. Whether it's 72 or 48 hours, we can have that discussion in the future.
But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Like, if I didn't drive that car, why would I want it where I'm living?
You can store it somewhere else. That's frankly
there's no point then in having that second part.
Again, since we're about choices, that's a choice
I know, but
that person can make.
There's something about, we have to do things that are pragmatic. Realistically, we have to, I don't know. You know what? You and I are never going to agree on this. For me, it's common sense. If I live in this building and I have a second car that I'm not using all the time, I'm going to put it where I'm not using it. If I live in the building and I'm driving this car is going to go into the building with me every day, because when it rains, I'm not going to get wet and mess up my hair.
The problem is we don't want to have we won't have cars that are static there 24/7, because the garage is also intended to serve the commercial business in the district. So from a pragmatic standpoint, you want people using that car, taking it out of the garage, so you turn the space over to benefit the businesses from 10 to 7, right? And when someone comes home, then they can park their car and have it there overnight. That's the purpose of this program. Am I mistaken? Because otherwise, if we're creating a parking reservoir for static cars, we're damaging the business district, right? Which by taking up the parking, right? And so then we should say, if you want to have a second car in a building, let's make them park it in the building. So I think that's the balance we're trying to strike. I understand the pragmatic difficulty you're highlighting. Yes, you would prefer to go downstairs in your building, get in your car and drive.
Right.
But we can't, I think the thing is, the longer we make that window of immobility, the more we're encouraging long-term vehicle storage, the less activity it has in the garage, making it seem less safe, whether it's empty or full of empty cars, right? And then secondly, you're hurting the businesses that rely on the reservoir to turn over spaces to support transient customers, which we desperately need in this part of South Miami. So that's why I think the logic that you're suggesting, I understand intuitively it may not make obvious sense, but that's why I think it does. So anyhow, it's not, Commissioner Kaya, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm assuming you talked to Mr. Shriver, and what did he communicate that through his knowledge and through historical references that his tenants will get a second parking spot, will look for it? Is it pretty high? Is it pretty low? And then I guess the second part of the question is, in that same building, which you've already discussed, there's also going to be the opportunities to have second parkings for those tenants, right? So
Their program is not set in stone yet. It's being discussed amongst their board members right now. So I can't tell you, or I don't believe he can even tell you what definitively is going to be the parking, but it's definitely going to be cafeteria style. First parking space is going to be, I'm going to give you a number just to, but don't hold me to it, $75. And if you do, and you don't have to buy any parking space, but if you do need a parking space, 75. The second
first
one,
one.
for the first one, they will be offering a second space at, let's just say it's going to be about $150. And it's only at the option of the person that's renting the unit. So if you don't have a car, you will not be paying for parking. If you do have 1 or 2 cars, you could potentially, or you would seek other options like across the street at Surface Lot at the bank, which does allow overnight parking, the one immediately next to it, and at the parking garage, should this pass.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized.
So, as Alfredo just said, yeah, there's also the bank parking lot in the back, so it's not just, so I'm kind of in the middle of both. I agree with you as far as we can't let them sit that long, but I also agree with you, no one's gonna park and walk there on a daily basis. We also haven't said there's 3-bedroom units. So, yeah, they may buy the second car, but if they have a third car, where are they gonna park that car? So we haven't even thought of or discussed that part.
I mean, I think, I would encourage you to talk to the developer sponsor, because we're talking about a building that's literally 50 feet, entrance to entrance, from the ramp to the exit. So I don't think the parking is that inconvenient, right, as a second reservoir parking. And I would tell you, last conversation I had with them about the future phase, they're contemplating having the amenity suite for the new building be the amenity suite of the current building. So they're talking about having people come out of their building to use a gym or some recreational areas in the building next door. That was the last conversation I had about that. So they clearly, as a developer sponsor, are seeing that bridging that gap across 73rd Street is not the kind of the ocean that we're envisioning it is. And my concern is if they're not seeing that as a friction point, and we allow too liberal an overnight parking program, we're gonna find that cars are gonna sit in that garage all day, and it's gonna damage the ability for cars to turn over to support the businesses, right? And so I think it's an important conversation about the timing, how much time we allow. Maybe 72 hours is fine. I mean, obviously, if you're doing it on a monthly basis and you're going on vacation for the week, right, there's gotta be some ability to notify the city, hey, I'm gonna be out of town for a week, and we can make a certain number of exceptions every year, so it's actually practical for people to leave their car there overnight while they're away. But I think we have to be sensitive to the fact that price and that tenure is important as part of the conversation, because we could end up with a full garage with cars that are never moving.
At the end of the day, I really appreciate that we're being proactive instead of reactive, because if we don't do this, we don't want problems with people parking on swales or at other people's houses. So kudos to you for being, proactive on this. I think right now, is it perfect? No, but I think this is something, it's a good starting point, and we'll see where it goes from there. And if we got to tweak it, we'll tweak it. But, as you know, I'm on board with you.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
Is there
I appreciate it.
Government,
Not always that I get a compliment.
Government
related to
being
parking,
proactive,
so I will take that. So thank you.
Government is always being it's always being reactive, not proactive. So you know what? I commend that.
Is there a motion on item 8?
The motion to move.
I'll
the motion.
second it.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Rodriguez and a second by Commissioner Bonich. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes, first
Thank
reading
you.
5-0.
Okay. If you can read item 9, please.
Item 9, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending Chapter 15, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 1 in General, Section 15-63, Mobile Vendors, to permit special events featuring mobile vendors for religious institutions and establish regulations and permit procedures.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you're recognized if you'd like to kick off the item discussion.
So no different than when we had it as a discussion item. This is brought upon to give the opportunity for our communities to meet and gather, have a good time, and build a sense of community. We, sitting with the city attorney, we went through it, and, if you go and you read sorry, getting to it, it's a big folder. We issued 11 basic, or actually 12, because I think, or 10 is doubled, but 11 or 12 restrictions, which I think meet the requirements that we were all looking for. It limits the amount of trucks, it limits the time, it recommends, or actually, you have to get an off-duty police officer, some sort of security. It does everything that we all spoke about in the discussion item, so I'm good with it.
Colleagues, questions or comments on item 9?
Mayor, I just have one question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
The ability of the square footage per lot will dictate how many people can actually attend, right? There's no restrictions on people that can attend this, right?
5.
No, restriction on people.
Oh, people? No.
So my only concern, and I stated this last time, Commissioner, was you have 2 big lots that cater to a lot of, Boo Church, for one, has a lot of attendees, and they can generate a crowd. So my only concern on that corner there is that VU has 5, and they message it out to their 4,000 members, and they all show up, right? So highly unlikely, but that's my only concern, how we address that. Because if we have 2 cops and 4,000 people, and there's food and everybody's outside, like, it's just a concern. And maybe it's not addressed here, maybe it is. It was just my only concern.
So it's a great point. The only thing is that how do you restrain, this is for, religious locations, so how do you limit their congregation? That's just almost impossible to do.
So I think there's 2, maybe 1 additional safeguard, 2 additional safeguards that we should consider. One is, I know we have a maximum of 5. I would tell you that if I, just using higher praise as an example, right? The feasibility, you might want to get 5 on the lot, but the feasibility of getting 5 in the crowd is probably impractical. So I think there needs to be, I think this is a really good first draft, and my compliments to you. I think the only thing I would suggest is maybe there's got to be some relationship between the number of food trucks with a maximum and the size of the lot, right? So it kind of helps make sure that we right-size the number with the size of the church facility. And I do think we need to think about, and giving the manager some authority to kind of cap the total number of attendees or shut down the event. And I don't know if it's there or not.
So, the manager has the right
Okay.
to set boundaries.
Okay, I just don't know if it.
I'm just.
Yeah, but it just relates. I thought that just relates to temporary or permanent bathrooms, right?
No.
I'm sorry, I just read it in 2. Am I missing a section here?
Number 11.
Number 11.
So as part, and even as part of.
And I think that probably is. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. So I think 11 covers my other. I think may cover your request, Commissioner Kaye. My only other would be just 5 is fine. I don't have an objection to that, but I think some lots that might be too many. Okay.
No, agreed.
Yeah.
I would think that each location will designate and understand that they can only fit.
If the city attorney thinks that 11 covers that concern with respect to the maximum number of food trucks, the manager has the discretion to limit that based on, his own determination. I'm happy to.
It won't cover the first one.
Okay.
11 won't.
Okay.
Because it's based on a history of events. So, we could tweak that language, clearly. Number 6 also is a crowd control one. That's the professional security or off-duty police. That's supposed to be based on the size of the event, because not every event needs 2. Some might need 5.
No, but I think that's making sure that's designed to make sure we are appropriately staffing it from a law enforcement perspective.
Correct.
I don't think it speaks to Commissioner Kaye's concern about
But a cap
whether
does
the
not.
size is yes.
It
So
does not.
Yeah, there is no.
I think with those 2 caveats, I think this is a really good first draft, and hopefully will be something the community would embrace to activate, different lots across the city. And so, I'm happy to move the item, and between first and second reading, I'm sure we can clean up that language to address both concerns. Okay. Is there a second? Yes, ma'am.
Can I offer a suggestion, a second with 1 modification, which I think will help all of you guys? I would suggest that on number 11, we just remove based upon its history of events, because we limit his authority. So I think that then at least takes us a step ahead.
So I think the or is intended to read in the, I don't know how to, disjunctive, right? To separate the first half of necessary for the particular event from the operator. And so I think when it's, if we have a history for the promoter, the operator. Yeah, so I think it's not an and, it's an or for that reason. So I think the manager probably has the discretion. I don't know if you read it the same way, Tony.
We'll
Or
add
Mr.
a
Ruscio?
comma just to make it clear.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, okay.
Okay, and then I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
I think that it just leaves us with commission reports and the add-on,
Add-on.
correct? So let's read F1, please.
F1, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, rescinding resolution number 024-24-16129, which authorized the city manager to execute certain mutual aid agreements, memorandums of understanding, MOU, and other procedural law enforcement agreements with governmental entities, including any amendments or renewals thereto on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I brought this item. There's been a lot of scuttlebutt about a lot of different things recently. I think suffice it to say that at the time that we adopted the resolution in question, the operating context was a particular way. I mean, probably a little bit less charged politically. And I think the operating context today has changed. And I think that these policy decisions, at the end of the day, should rest with this council, right? A lot of concerns, and I want to make sure that in doing this, it's not in any way a criticism or an indictment of the chief or the manager. The goal here is to make sure that we are placing the burden of this decision where I think it belongs, which is with the city commission, and not leaving our manager and or our chief in jeopardy for choosing not to or choosing to exercise any discretion we may have delegated them. So I think with respect to any and all of these agreements. So I think that is the reason for my bringing it here. I think if there's going to be a discussion about any sort of mutual cooperation agreement with any entity, we should have it. We can vote it up and down. To my mind, I don't understand in this current operating context what the urgency is around all these items, since, as I understand, Chapter 908, which has been the recent discussion in many jurisdictions in Florida, and I've confirmed this with the speaker, with our lobbyist, with members in the Florida Senate and Florida House, we are fully in compliance with all of our obligations under the statute with respect to related issues, and we've certainly given no direction to anyone not to do something that we're required to do, nor are we required, and to my knowledge, and the city attorney can confirm this, to take any other steps to execute any other mutual aid agreements. So I think the best posture for the city, which is, I think, always been my objective to keep us out of any trouble, is to pull this authority back so that we can see what's happening, assess what happens. If there's a mandate that comes down saying that we've got to do something, as an officer of the court, as someone sworn to take an oath to abide by the law, we will do what we're required to do, as we always have. But I think the better part here of this discretion is to pull it back at this particular time and reserve action until such time as it's warranted. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to think of the right way.
Do you want to think about it? We'll let someone else ask a question.
I don't think it's gonna get any better.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of different ways that this can be handled, and I feel this was not the way to do it. I think that when we decided March 5th, of 2024, which it's interesting, it was 1 year ago essentially that we did the change, that we gave this authority to our city manager. It showed our faith and our trust in him. From that moment to now, we've only done more things that show our continued faith in him. Everything that he has done has more than shown that he deserves it. I think that he is an extremely intelligent man. I think that our city manager can read a room pretty well. I think that if he feels there is something that should be brought to us, he will. I don't think that rescinding his authority to look at mutual aid agreements, MOUs, whatever it is that we want to call them, based on political climate, because we want to wade in or have an opinion on it or whatever it is, I don't think this is the right way to do it. I think that the conversation is, Mr. City Manager, if you feel there are things that we should be involved in, or we feel there are things we should be involved in, then let's have a conversation and take those one by one. I don't think that rescinding an authority that I think that he has more than earned is the way to go about it. I think if I were him, I would feel like this was a slap in the face. I want no part of this. I feel he's worked really, really hard, and not only us, but our residents, by voting to give him more authority by change of charter, have shown that our faith in him is echoed by them. Whether we agree with what's coming down the pike or not, I don't think that this is the way to go about it.
So as the sponsor, I just want to address the comment directly. And so, as I said from the beginning, it's not a referendum on him or the manager, and I disagree with the characterization of how it should be taken. And the intention of this is I want every employee in this organization to understand that I'm never going to leave them on an island. And the conversations I've had with leadership in this organization, from our manager to our chief, they feel that they are vulnerable and they feel that they are exposed. And I surmise from those conversations that that vulnerability and that exposure is higher by virtue of the fact that we have delegated that authority than in the absence of it. So I'm taking it back not because it's a criticism of the manager or because I don't think he's earned the respect. Frankly, I would never have brought him to this board to recommend his hiring if I didn't have absolute confidence in his faith and his judgment, right? Because I brought the name to the table. That judgment has not changed. I think he's only done a tremendous job bringing people from the chief to Mr. Munoz to Ms. Cabrera to all the new hires being people of high quality, incredible professionalism. And we continue to build an organization that's improved upon the base that we inherited, which is a good one, right? So in no way is the characterization that you've made in any way accurate, okay? If people want to read it that way, it's a misreading of the situation.
Then why
I'm explaining what it is. The reason we're doing it is because I'm hearing for the first time in my adult life in this country, people who are sworn to protect and serve us are concerned about whether or not their inaction exposes them to losing their jobs. And I, as the mayor of this city, for as long as I have this title in the seat, right, am not going to say to my employees that I'm not going to be here to support you. And the best way I can support them is by taking them out of the political arena. You know, our chief and our manager were not hired to be politicians. They're hired to be administrators. They're hired to follow the law. Unfortunately, and I'm not trying to pick a fight or take a fight, because if I wanted to pick a fight, I would have pursued my initial course of action, which is to go to court and ask for a declaratory action on the part of a judge to say, are we in compliance? Do we need to do this? Okay? I think the better course here, because again, I'm not trying to elevate my profile or the profile of the city in this debate. It inures to no one's benefit. We've got real projects that we're doing. We've got real projects we want to do. And so I think the best thing here is to say to my team, we're here. If there's going to be any reckoning on this issue, the reckoning should happen with the people that ran for office, not the people charged to do, the people hired to discharge a job, right? So to me, okay, the intention of the statement is to say, I have your back. I'm willing to take the responsibility. I'm willing to bear the burden, as I think we all should in this conversation.
Don't you think a better way of handling that versus taking away his authority to handle MOUs, MOAs, what is written there is to have a conversation, have an open conversation.
We did. I've had multiple conversations. I spent the last 2 weeks having conversations with
I'm saying
our manager and our team.
we have an open.
We are having an open conversation.
No, but I'm saying.
That's why the item is
but-
on the agenda.
but-
So how else would you, I'm open to the criticism. I'm not perfect. but
I think that a better way of handling something like this is to say, we're not taking away his power. We would like to handle this one. This one. For whatever reason you feel you want to take that one on. I think it shows something more to him, something more to our residents, because if you are a resident and you are paying only attention to what is on that paper, you don't have the benefit of the conversation we're having right now. And realistically, there is one person watching, and there are two people sitting here. So 3 people have the benefit of the conversation that we're having right now.
But they're not deprived of the opportunity to have the conversation with us in the future. They have access to my cell phone number on the city's website. If they have a concern about what I'm doing, as they do in many other things, they're free to call me. So I think we've heard our perspectives. Let me hear
I
from
think
Commissioner
you're
Rodriguez and other members of the board. Yes, sir.
Through the mayor. So in my initial, by the way, your that's an eloquent explanation of the reasons that you're doing it, and I understand it better now that we're talking. We've never been able to speak about this prior. I also, in first reading of this, my initial thoughts to myself were, I have the confidence of the manager and the deputy have my confidence. In the time that I've been here, they've done nothing for me to want to remove that power given to them. They haven't done anything where they deserve that, in my opinion. On the contrary, I think that they've gotten more of my confidence as the longer that I'm here, and I've obviously been here the shortest time from everybody sitting on this dais. So I do agree with Commissioner Bonich. If this issue that's at hand, you know, and I trust our chief as well, you know, in our conversations and everything. For this issue that's at hand, it's a crappy issue, you know, and we have to deal with it. But I also think it's a little drastic to remove his full power or their full power, you know, to sign any MOs but this one issue, I would be totally fine with saying to the manager and to the deputy, on this one issue, we can, file a motion, do something where direct that the commission will direct you in the way we want you to go forward with that decision that's gonna be made on this one issue. But I don't think it needs to be as broad as just removing.
I appreciate the comment, and I think there's also, you know, we're in a moment where whatever we do, and I mean, you know, we're certainly not going to do what Fort Myers did last night. I don't know if you guys followed that conversation. You know, we're not here to opine on the policy. What I'm trying to focus on is making sure we stay compliant with our statutory obligations, right? As whether I like them or not, and there's plenty of things coming out of Tallahassee that I loathe, right? We've got, it's our sworn duty to live by those rules, and so we do that every day here. If I wanna get into matters now apparently of policy that we thought was once reserved for the federal level, well, I can run for the state legislature again, apparently. So I think that's not my job today. My job here is not to be a partisan. My job here is not to opine on things that are promulgated down here. But my job, I think, is to make sure that we're protecting our people. And so the reason I chose to do a blanket rescission is because I don't want to highlight the issue, right? I don't want to make this a bigger issue than it needs to be. Because I think people are trying to forge a narrative and trying to make the law, right, if I'm going to pine on something, trying to make the law read the way they want it to read, as opposed to the way it's written. And so I think just doing this puts us in the safest ground as an organization, which is always my intent, right? I read these things first as a lawyer, right? I read these secondly as a mayor, and then I read them lastly as a partisan, right? And so my goal here is not in any way to impugn the character or the competence of my city manager.
Yeah.
And I say my city manager because that's how I feel about him, right? My goal here is to put us on the safest possible footing and take two people who I respect, right, out of the potential firing line, right? Right? Because they've done nothing wrong. We've done nothing but comply with the law. We're going to continue to do that as we always have. And I want to make sure if push comes to shove and someone asks me, why haven't you done that? They're not going to ask them. They're going to be able to say, it's in the commission's province to act, okay?
Well,
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We just received some additional information
Yes.
on this topic regarding Fort Myers and where this was an official communication from the governor.
Yeah.
It may be helpful if you want to take a short recess so you can read it and all of you can read it.
Sure.
Just so you have the full information.
Let's stand in recess 5 minutes. Thank you.
Want to send it out to us then?
Shit, fucking. Tremenda mierda.
Tremenda mierda.
You turn the mics off?
Okay, we are reconvened. So, Mr. City Attorney, I believe we received a communication from the newly minted Attorney General of the state of Florida.
That's correct. That's what I wanted you all to read.
Could you basically sum up
Yes.
the essence of the correspondence?
Essentially, this is the first time that someone from the state has actually said that they consider Fort Myers, which took an overt action not to sign
Not to authorize the execution.
not to authorize the execution of the agreement,
Mhm.
right? That overt action was deemed by the Attorney General, which is
An
not-
opinion, yeah.
not necessarily what the law is, but it's their indication or their view of the law, is that they consider
By the way,
that
this
establishing
was
a sanctuary city.
This was again, just to be clear, because there are, for my colleagues that may be less familiar, you can request formally an opinion of the Attorney General on any question, right? And he will give you, or she will give you, their interpretation of Florida law on the matter. This was an unsolicited opinion.
Correct.
Okay, it was in response to last night's vote.
I think, yes,
Okay.
and an admonition.
An admonition.
Yeah, to that council in Fort Myers, telling them,
That they basically now are in violation of 908.
correct.
Okay. So look, I always want to put us in a safe harbor because that's where we need to be, right? We're not here, this should not be a platform, a political platform for any of us, right? We're not partisans, right? We are elected as citizens of the city to represent it in our best interest. The intention with my action was to try to put us in a safe harbor, at least our staff, and see what developed so that we could, sit back, evaluate what's going on, and if action need to be taken, we can have the benefit of time. When people ask me to do something for them that goes beyond the scope of what I typically want to do when I evaluate the agreement that the Attorney General is saying that we are required by 908 to sign. As a lawyer, my first reading of the agreement, and I dealt with these in 2019 in that legislative session, was that if I'm going to assist in this mission, I should be indemnified, right, against any claims that are a result of that mission. That agreement does not do that, right? So I think for our municipal corporation, it does create potential additional exposure. In talking about the issue further with our city attorney, we had concerns about our current insurance coverages and whether our actions were an expansion of our scope and potential covered claims, and whether claims that would result from this additional work that we could undertake potentially would be covered by those policies. That's still an open question, okay, that we're trying to get some clarification on. There's questions related to expansions of scope in our duties that may or may not be covered by our labor agreements, and whether that's a unilateral modification of those agreements that we need to then have ratified by our bargaining units. There's also workman's comp issues that come into play with respect to that agreement. So I think, again, I'm not trying to opine on the policy people in Fort Myers did it to my utter disbelief when I watched the video of the meeting, because I thought it was just irresponsible in terms of their duty as council people. I'm not trying to opine on the policy, but I think there are legitimate legal questions that have not been resolved, right? Certainly to my satisfaction, that we, in our fiduciary capacity as the board of this municipal corporation, should understand before we decide to take any action or non-action on one specific aid agreement. My resolution was intended to give us the time to do that and not force our staff to feel like they had to bring this matter forward. Because if you're aware of what's happening, there is incredible social pressure being brought to bear on administrators and chief law enforcement officers to execute these agreements to show that everyone across the state is coming into compliance, quote unquote, with this policy trajectory, okay? My reading of the statute, as confirmed by the city attorney, is that we're not required legally to sign this, okay? It may be good policy to do it. I'm not gonna go as far as to foreclose that possibility. But I wanted to give us the space to have the conversation and not necessarily be the first actor, see how other people, what other people were doing. And what I think at this point is with this last message, I think my calculus now has somewhat changed because my instinct, having observed the politics of this administration for 6 years, firsthand for 2 years in Tallahassee, and thereafter now in this chair, is that the only safe harbor left for us is to go to court and ask a court to render an opinion on what the law is and what our obligations are. Not the merits of the policy, not anything else. Are we required to sign the agreement that apparently has now put Fort Myers in jeopardy? It's a narrow question to ask the court. I think there's ample ambiguity. They can basically declare what the law is, and I'm happy to abide by any outcome, as has always been my pleasure, because I do not think, as I read the statute, that it's clear. I think it's clear that we have no obligation. But certainly there seems to be plenty of ambiguity, and the policy of at least the policy articulated by the Attorney General seems to be of the opinion that we are required to do this. And so I think for those reasons, what I would say is I would rescind my resolution, and my recommendation to this board would be to direct the city attorney to file a declaratory action in a court of competent jurisdiction to basically ask the court what we should do with respect to this issue, so that we are fully compliant with the requirements of Chapter 908 of Florida statutes. That's what I would advise this board to do. The city attorney wants to add any color to the process and the claim, but I think that will at least allow us to defer to the court, wait on a decision, and then act in accordance with the court order.
Do you want me to clarify what a declaratory
Clarify, and
action?
I obviously love to hear your opinion. I mean, we've talked about this. You and I have spent a lot of time talking about this issue to kind of find the right resolution here that puts us in the best posture. And so, I mean, I'd love to get your perspective, given that obviously the ground has shifted yet again in the minutes that hours we've been convened as a body.
The concern has always been that irrespective of our legal obligation, the statute and the statutory framework provides for certain remedies that the governor and the state can employ. And we have seen in the past where those remedies are employed and they may be undone by a court later, but the damage is done at that point. So that's always been the paramount concern. At the same time, we do not see an overt directive in the statute that says you have to sign this agreement. Indeed, what you just read from the Attorney General comments, it says it's interpreting the failure to sign an agreement, or in that case, an authoritative, we will not sign this agreement. It interprets that as establishing a sanctuary policy. Again, they're not saying you're violating this overtly, they're saying your actions are tantamount to that. So along those lines, there seems to be some space between the Attorney General's interpretation and our interpretation. I believe what the mayor is proposing is to go to court to seek guidance from the court through a declaratory action to determine whether we have this obligation to sign this agreement, whether the statute requires it. I would tell you, I do not believe in my heart of hearts that insulates us from potential action by the state.
I agree. I mean, I don't want to get into it. I'm going to refrain my comment. But so we've seen people do other things that, again, not strictly adhere to the existing statutory framework. I think in my mind, what it will do and why I would recommend that we do it is that's going to give us the great amount of comfort that we're going to get an opinion on this issue from a collateral branch of government that should not have a political lens, right, when rendering a determination, right? In an ideal world, the court would look at this coldly, would read the statute, and would say, this is what it says, South Miami, if you do this, you're fine, right? That's my hope, right? It's not 100% fail-proof, but I think at the end of the day, all I want to do is do what is right without fear, without real or perceived coercion, to discharge my obligation as mayor. And I know that having worked with you guys for the last 2 years and Commissioner Rodriguez for a short amount of time, I think that's always been all of our intent. Whether we like something or not, we've not gotten here and used this as a platform for grandstanding. We all have differences of opinions. We limit our differences to the issues that are pertinent to our city. And we're being forced into this conversation, which is one that I don't think any of us ever would have imagined we'd ever have to contend with. We're big boys and girls. We're going to see our way through it. I'd like to see our way through it with the benefit of a court that doesn't, that, you know, my city attorney may have an opinion, we may agree on it, but, you know, people may feel that his opinion is born of my influence from our conversations. I want to go to a third party, the referee, and say, ref, what do we do? What do we need to do? Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel, I'm trying to look at this from every direction, do you feel that when you're saying, you know, when you look at, you know, the agreement and you look at this and you look at that, if we were to sign the document and try to fit what they are asking of us into our existing framework based on what we know we can provide, do you feel it would be so much outside of what we are providing right now?
So my fundamental discomfort with this is, look, this commission can make a deal that I think is a bad deal anytime it wants. Prior commissions have. We've talked about other deals that we've made that aren't, I don't think are good policy. I think are good business sense. I have a business issue. I have with respect to one element of the agreement that gives me a lot of discomfort because of what I shared before. That aside, to me, the more fundamental issue is not the agreement. The fundamental issue is the way this is being framed and the way that we are being, you know, essentially sanctioning people for not doing something that at best it's not clear. At worst it's not clear. At best, I can tell you, I don't think it's required, right? And I say that based on conversations with people that were in the room when it happened, to use the phrase from Hamilton, and made the sausage around this deal, which is, you know, SB2C, who I called the consultant saying, what do I do? Because I'm not trying to make myself a figure in this debate. I really don't want to be on Twitter or on the news, right? Well, I don't know, maybe not, right? And this proposal with the resolution I put forward was intended to kind of be a middle ground and say, look, I want to take my people out of harm's way, right? And I don't want to, because we don't want to invite, I want to go to Tallahassee, I want to get my money, I don't want to get my appropriations vetoed, right? Right? So, well, we got vetoed last year, and we were nothing but good boys and girls. So I think the bottom line is, yes, it does not indemnify us perfectly, but at this point, I'm not sure what a better option is. I don't want to live in a world where people force us to do things because it fits a narrative, right? Because they can bring all the pressure of the world to make us try and act in compliance with their obligations. I get nervous from the stories I've heard from my grandparents who have now gone and my parents who are still with me, right, about their experience as children, as adults, when people with badges and guns are doing things because they're feeling compelled to do it, right? Because those are the people that are sworn to protect us. They're the bulwark against, you know, they're the bulwark again for our safety. And I just feel that this entire conversation is one that's being driven by a fair amount of coercion, right? Putting people on lists, sending out notices, right? If you want the law to read a certain way, right, we have the power within our limits to enact policy and reduce it to writing. If you want the law to read a certain way, draft the law that way, right? I think now that there's a question about what the law is, let's ask the court.
Do you think that right now the conversation that we're having is similar to the recycling conversation that we had? You know, do you remember where we were like, it doesn't matter what reality is, we're gonna continue recycling because we believe in it? Do you remember that when I said to you, it doesn't, the numbers aren't there, and you guys said we're gonna recycle because we believe in recycling? And I'm asking, is that where y'all are standing on this? Is that the mentality that is going on right now? Because when you just, I was with you for a while. I understood what you were saying for a while, and then you lost me. But you lost me because
Where did I lose you? Maybe I can try.
you lost me because the people that that supposedly these people with badges and guns are going after are people who are in this country illegally. They are illegal.
No. So
aliens.
I'm not making it, again, nothing I have said is intended to be a statement on the broader policy.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't understand.
When I'm referring to the coercion, I'm referring to I'm a soft power guy, if you understand that term, right? Which is, it's persuasion, it's influence, right? But what's happening now, I mean, I don't remember a time where the AGO has weighed in unsolicited on an item like this, right? We're living in times that are, in some ways, all the norms of the society that I grew up in are being pushed further and further, further into areas that I'm just not, that are historically, I don't want to use the term unprecedented, but are very different, right? And so, look, I think the best recourse to us is, I prefer to take no action, right? I don't want to leave my people in harm's way, which is why I brought this item. But if the message came today that what Fort Myers did is a violation, then I think, and again, their conversation was about everything that doesn't pertain to us, right? We're keeping the conversation very narrow about what we should be doing. And that's where this conversation should be, right? What are our obligations under Florida law that we need to discharge? I think now the Attorney General has clarified, right, the conflict from what we understand the law to be and our obligations and what he perceives it to be. And I frankly do not want to be, I'm a lawyer, so someone can file a bar complaint against me tomorrow for not following the law, right? And I don't need that in my life, frankly, right? I don't want it in my life, right? So I think, again, I'm talking too much. I think we go to court and we ask, what do we do?
Can we clarify two things for 1 second? One, just so that we're all on the same page, you rescinded what you had put in as F1, correct?
Yeah, I think at this point, given the statement by the Attorney General, I'm going to withdraw the add-on because I think we could do it, but he's now made an affirmative statement about what he thinks the law is and what we have to do. And I think we need to go, unfortunately, to take the next step, which is where I thought we might end up, but I was hoping it wouldn't happen for a much longer period of time. Yes, sir.
So through the mayor, and again, I'm with you 100%. I don't want to put our people, under the gun, per se. But by taking these actions, again, you legislatively wise, you've been through things more than myself. So I asked the question: proceeding in that manner, do we put our chief under the gun? Do we put
I think
our
belts,
city under the gun?
Yeah, belts and suspenders. We probably should still rescind the authority. Yeah.
Or can we just hold off? There's no pressure to sign right now.
Well, I think what I have garnered from the conversation with our manager is that if I were to ask him today, I'm not sure if he's listening or not, but he's not online, he probably would sign the agreement because it's the one thing to kind of, that kind of just puts everybody out of jeopardy in his mind. Now,
well, we could file a directive to hold.
I again, then let's, I think we rescind the I think, look, I think I was hopeful that people would be more measured, right, at this point, but clearly that's not going to happen. And I know, and I understand why the chief was nervous, and chief, I'm not, you were right, in some ways, right? This is being lined up this way. And sometimes in life, you don't have any good options, and I think we're at that point. And the only option here where I think we can, and I again started with I started with the let's go to court conversation. The chief and I talked about it. We talked about it. I said, you know what? I got to where you were like, let's hold off. Let's do nothing.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. But the problem is that this is all being precipitated, and every day that gentleman gets an email from Larry Keefe saying, here's a list of people, and here's the new dashboard to file complaints by jurisdictions that are not being cooperative. And now we have a jurisdiction where, and the Attorney General who said those guys did not take an action, therefore they're non-compliant, right? And so it's going to happen to us. It's going to happen to us. And I don't want to sit around for another few weeks hoping and praying that it doesn't happen when I can get direction from a court that can tell me without bias or favor, right, supposedly, what we should do. And then we can act accordingly. If the court comes back and says, we need to sign an agreement, I'm going to tell the chief, put it on the agenda, right, if we need to approve it. Or if the delegation stands, Mr. Manager, go ahead and sign it. But I think we're better off giving the manager, whether it's the manager who signs it or whether it's us as a policy board that decides to retain that decision, we are all better off with getting the counsel of an independent tribunal to tell us what we should do. Commissioner Guy, yes.
So, in retrospect, Commissioner Bonich, what she said, and I think we all completely understand it and agree with the sentiment. Pulling that back makes me sleep a little bit easier, but that's not the important part here. I was always under the impression that we should really wait and get some understanding how legal it is for us to sign. Speaking to other cities and other commissioners and council people, there's no movement in some of these cities at all. So the ability of when it triggers, we don't know when that happens. But we're not by ourselves. We're a small city, and there's 34 of us. Most have not done anything. I don't know what the numbers are, but in the municipalities that I've spoken to, there's no action. I do agree with the mayor that we should go understand it. There's nothing wrong with putting a question in place with the courts. Does it put a trigger and crosshairs in our city's line of sight? Maybe. But we're not doing anything wrong by asking the question, right? We're not saying no, we're not saying yes. If it's dictated by us, I will vote yes to go sign it. But let's go ask that question. Most cities are not. So I'm okay with what the mayor's requesting now, much more than I was before. So I'm okay with that sentiment, Mayor, and I'll probably move for that as well.
Commissioner Corey, want to say anything before we close the debate or close the discussion?
I think I would echo that sentiment. I think it's hard for me as, not necessarily being a lawyer, know if that in any way, shape, or form is in violation by the interpretation by the, Attorney General, whether or not that in and of itself is, it seems to be a pretty broad description of what a sanctuary city is, but would even an action like that potentially incur that label for us?
Yeah, all I can do is tell you what the law says, and he is saying that, the law essentially says it defines a sanctuary policy and prohibits it as any law, practice, procedure, or custom adopted or allowed by a state entity or local governmental entity which prohibits or impedes a law enforcement agency from complying with 8 U.S.C. 1373, which is the immigration chapter, or which prohibits or impedes a law enforcement agency from communicating or cooperating with a federal immigration agency so as to limit such law enforcement agency in or prohibit the agency from, and it lists a number of things: complying with an immigration detainer, complying with a request from, or with a request from a federal immigration agency to notify the agency, providing a federal immigration agency access to an inmate for review. There is a reference, specific, explicit reference to this type of agreement, although it does include a provision that says as required by a different section. That section imposes an overt requirement on sheriff's offices and counties that have corrections facilities, the chief correctional facility, right? Not, in other words, not us, correct. So there is a broad definition of what a sanctuary policy is. And it seems to be what the Attorney General is relying on to get to the leap that he's saying. He's saying he says sanctuary policies are not tolerated or lawful in Florida. Immediate corrective action is required. Failure to correct the council's actions will result in the enforcement of all applicable civil and criminal penalties. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. We need a motion to extend for, say, 15 minutes. Any objection to the motion to extend?
I'll move the motion, Mayor.
Okay, with second.
I'll
Commissioner Bonich.
No.
See that you adopted without opposition.
So, I was just reading from what the Attorney General said and how he is applying that broad definition.
Yeah, and I think asking the question and being open to the answer that would come does not sound like an impediment, at least to me. So I'd be comfortable with asking the question.
Yes, Commissioner Bonich.
I'll be the last one, I guess, to comment on that. Everything that I've heard does not go outside of what I think we do or can do already. So nothing here makes it sound like anything that is outside of our usual business. So signing it doesn't make me feel like it would be something outside of what we would naturally do. Then again, my perspective, not as party affiliation, but as human being, is very likely very, very different from the four of you, because my life experience is very different from the four of you. I will leave it at that. I understand wanting clarification. I do. I just don't see, reading what you did, where that would be anything outside of our regular business. So I don't see where signing it would be detrimental to us as a city versus putting us in crosshairs. Being a lawyer, I get you would want everybody to give you every clarification. So I don't.
No, it's not. I want to be clear. I'm clear.
Yeah.
My personal opinion is that we're not obligated to sign it. And that's a personal opinion validated by conversations with people who were in the room when it happened. That all said, right, my personal opinion carries about as much weight as this empty bottle of Gatorade in that conversation. So I would rather go to court and say, am I right or am I wrong?
Okay,
And
so
what puts us in the best position to act in accordance with the law at this point?
are we going to vote to see what we're doing?
I think we should. So if I would move that we direct the city attorney to file a declaratory action on this issue with regard to whether or not we are required by Chapter 908 to enter into a 287G agreement with ICE for the purpose of understanding whether our signing it or not signing it puts us in violation of that chapter. So that's the direction I would give. If there's a second
No, I have
for the
a question.
conversation. Yeah, go ahead, please.
This is a complicated issue.
Yeah, it is.
City attorney, to the city attorney, because I don't understand the legal process and all. When we ask for a legal clarification of the court, what does that process look like? It's just a simple question form submitted and we get an answer? Do we have to file suit?
No, we have to file suit. It's technically a lawsuit. And it's a lawsuit that says there's confusion over this provision. It can be in the law, or it could be in a contract, or here's the provision, there's confusion over this. One way to look at it is this, another way to look at it is this. Court, please decide for us.
So saying that, Mayor, I'm assuming that Fort Myers is probably going to do the same thing, right? I mean, that's their next legal recourse. Why wouldn't we just hold off and see what happens there? Just asking. Fort Myers already-
Because I think, I mean, I would tell you that I've spent 2 weeks trying to figure out what the right answer is to this question.
Me too.
And, you know, I know that our administration and chief keep operating under the cloud of uncertainty. And so
He's not the only one.
I understand, but so, and as of 2 hours ago, I would have agreed with you that we shouldn't, no need to act first. I thought we should pull back the decision and just wait. But I think that now we have an attorney general who has issued an admonition and an opinion, and, you know, waiting, in my opinion, is futile. I rather frame the question so I get an answer that's, you know, is one that's not influenced necessarily by politics, but one that's very straightforward, so we know what our obligation is. Because you know, if I wait for Fort Myers, my concern is it's going to get framed in a way that's not going to provide any clarity. Because that conversation they had last night, I would invite you to watch the tape. It was about everything but what the law required. Okay, it was about everything of the effect of the policy. We've had no conversation about that, and I thank you all for focusing on what the issue is, which is what is our obligation. And so if I wait for Fort Myers or any other jurisdiction to act that has more of a political hankering to get a result on an issue, I may not get good advice because I'm, you know, garbage in, garbage out.
But the advice would come from the court system, will it not?
It will, but you know, it's not my lawyer arguing it in a way that's intended to actually solicit information as opposed to make a political point.
Okay.
And I don't want to. We have to be attuned to the fact that we're operating in an environment where people want to score political points first, right? They want to run up the scoreboard for their team or the other team, and you know what? I don't care. What I want is to live in a society where we operate by the rule of law. And my concern about this whole conversation is that that's the last thing everybody's talking about.
Through the mayor. So I'm conflicted because on one side, I'm all for holding off, seeing how this plays out. Again, we're under no obligation to sign this right now, to move forward. I understand that the chief is getting the emails on a daily basis and there's pressure being put, but all the pressure could be put. At the end of the day, there's no obligation for us to move forward. Like Commissioner Kaya said, we're not the only one. There's other cities that haven't moved forward as signing. Now that's one side. So taking your action kind of takes us in that direction where now we wait for an opinion. It gives us time to hold off because just by doing that doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to sign it. Because at the end of the day, if they say you got to sign it, you got to sign it. So we move forward with it, whatever the opinion is. Now, the other side for me is once this lawsuit goes in, it's going to open up Pandora's box. And are we putting our city, our chief, under fire, under intense stress, you know, from the League of Chiefs or whatever it may be? So I'm tormented because I really don't want to do anything right now. I'm the type of person that I like to sit back, listen, understand what's going on, see how things play out, and then make a decision.
Guys, I think I want to bring this to a close. I'm going to say this. I think we should decide one way or the other. We can't have our cake and eat it too here, right? So I think the only trouble I have with your comment, Commissioner Rodriguez, is we don't want to put the chief in the firing line. Then let's rescind the delegation, right? The manager, right? The chief then can point to the fact that this commission is the policy-making body that has decided to retain that authority, right? And the buck stops with us, right? So, or I don't think there's anything wrong, and people who take offense to it, frankly, they should take no offense because we could stand up here and make a bunch of political statements about what's going on, and we haven't done that. What we're doing, we can ask the court to tell us what our obligation is legally. And if people are offended by that, my apologies. But, you know, they have precipitated the issue with the recent communication. So that's how I feel about it. I think we either act one way or the other, but to do nothing, continues to put that gentleman and my manager in a position where they feel vulnerable, and we're not doing anything to protect them. And that's what I fundamentally cannot stomach.
I know, and I think rescinding will still,
What's the third option? I'm happy to hear that.
The third option is sign the paper.
Okay.
The third option, one option is do nothing.
Okay, so
The
let's do
second is
this.
go to court. The third is sign the paper. There are three options.
Okay,
There
so
are
let's,
not two.
you want to move to direct the manager to sign the 287G agreement? Want to put that question on the table? Okay.
I think saying that there are two options is erroneous.
We
There
don't,
are
we don't have an option because right now the person
We
with
don't
the
have to.
authority to sign it is the manager.
Through the mayor.
So we have no option. The option, if we want to have a third option, the option starts with rescinding his authority.
Or we can pull this one item, can we not? For us to make a decision on
Well,
this one.
that's fine. I mean, that's fine. I'm happy to accept an amendment to revise the motion to limit the rescission to just the 287G agreement.
Is that's what you were requesting?
That's what she's
That was
requesting in
your
part.
original intent, correct? That your
My original intent was to basically, on all these matters, my intent was as it was drafted, which is to take all these issues off of the manager's plate, right, to give them the maximum protection and to protect, right, any exposure on the part of this corporation. But since we want to put the issues so indelicately on the table, then let's just narrow the question on the resolution, and we can call out the agreement. So we invite more scrutiny.
I'll move that motion, Mayor.
Which one?
The one you just stated.
to,
To-
just this one case. I second it.
So a motion to rescind Resolution 2424-16129 only with respect to the execution of a 287G agreement. Right. Any further discussion? So again, I'm going to ask you to reconsider the motion because you're putting the issue squarely at issue. I mean, this is tantamount to gross negligence on the part of this commission, okay? How so? Because, again, there is legal nuance to all these things, and the statute is so broadly worded that even this, by this Attorney General, could be construed as an act of defiance, okay? I am trying really hard, I mean, you don't understand how much it pisses me off, okay, to have to even have this conversation in this chair, okay? Personally, I've done nothing but try to keep this to the letter of the law because I have very, very strong feelings about all these issues, as I'm sure all of us do, okay? And I'm trying to check that at the door to do our jobs, okay? I'm asking you at this point in time, either we do the whole thing or nothing, okay? And at this point, frankly, I think the conversation's gone in a direction that I'm completely uncomfortable with. I would say, let's just ask the question of a court so that we can at least say to whoever might call us and say, you know what, your ass is out of the chair, right? Because you dared to raise the issue, and that's deemed to be a custom or practice or policy or whatever other vague language is in the statute, right, that could put us in jeopardy. Let's just ask the question so that we get a final answer and we move on with our lives. Because frankly, I take no joy in talking about these issues or being in an oppositional dynamic with anyone in Tallahassee or on this commission. It's not the way I read it.
That's the one you want to ask?
Huh?
That's the question you want to ask?
Yeah, let's just
Okay,
ask
go.
let's
Ask
ask the court to tell us what are we supposed to do, okay?
So call it.
Okay, fine. So I will, again, as I tried to move
Hold
before.
on, Mayor, let me rescind. I'll rescind it.
Okay,
So call it.
Go ahead,
okay.
put your motion in place, Mayor.
I would ask that we direct the city attorney to file a declaratory action in a court of competent jurisdiction to ask the court whether Section 908 requires us to sign a 287G agreement to be not deemed a sanctuary city. Is that
That's fair. I'll second that then. Let's just call it. I'll second
a motion and a second by Commissioner Kaye?
Let's go.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Yes. Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish?
No.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Can you come back to me?
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
the motion passes 4-1.
We stand adjourned.